All right, thank you very much. We're going to get started tonight. Call the meeting to order at 5:34. Let's see. Madam Clerk, did you take the roll?
Councilmember Pasqua is not present, but he will be arriving a little bit later. Councilmember Capaldi,
Here.
Councilmember Hool,
Present.
Councilmember Darwin is absent as of now. Councilmember Mars,
Here.
Vice President Brown,
Here.
President Verducci.
Here. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So remain standing for a brief moment of silence for our neighbors in Providence. Thank you. All right, emergency evacuation plan. You can go out the way you came in over here. If not, head out these two doors over here and head towards the back exit. First up tonight, we have executive session. I will entertain a motion to go into session.
Make a motion, we go into executive session.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All right, the town council will be going into executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 on discussions of job performance, character, physical or mental health of person or persons, specifically for the council to discuss candidates, excuse me, for the town council, town solicitor position. Additionally, the council will be going into executive session pursuant to the same general law for disability retirement, not in the line of duty of police officer David Gumet. Actually, we need a roll call on that.
Councilmember Hool,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi. Executive session.
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci.
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Motion passes.
thank you very much. We stand adjourned for executive session. All right, we are back from executive session. I'll entertain a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
Make that motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All right, I think we need a roll call on executive session votes.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hul,
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passed.
All right, I will also say that we took one vote in executive session, and that was a vote to approve item B under the executive session item. The results of that vote, I believe, were unanimous, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Right. And lastly, what do we need to come out fully of executive session? We sealed the minutes, we gave you the vote, and now we need a motion to come out. I think we did that out of order.
I'm sorry, what were you?
We need a motion to come out of executive
Make that
session
motion.
fully. Yeah.
I'll
thank
second it.
you. Motion and a second. Discussion. All right, Madam Clerk, one more time.
Councilmember Pasqua, Councilmember Capaldi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hul,
Yes.
Councilmember Darwin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mars,
Yes.
Vice President Brown,
Yes.
President Verducci,
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. That wraps up item number one. Onto item number two. We have public comment on docketed items. Anyone in chambers wants to come up and speak on docketed items?
Hi, Brittany Boyer, 318 Town Farm Road. I don't like this. I want to start by saying I have absolutely no issue with money being used to improve our schools. Investing in education is important, and I fully support that goal. My concern tonight is regarding the timeline and process of invoices. Based on what I'm reading on the agenda, we're being asked to vote this evening to approve the use of impact fees to pay for supplies and materials for the science lab and plumbing. However, it appears that many of these items have already been ordered, delivered, some installed, and in a few cases, some vendors were due to be paid as far back as June. Maybe this is normal protocol, but why is approval being requested after the purchases were made and items delivered? Does this delay in formal approval risk damaging our relationships with vendors who have been waiting months for payment? Or are we paying them and reimbursing ourselves with impact fee money, which could get messy? Are we paying late fees or penalties to vendors as a result of delayed payment? Were these purchases made on credit or under terms that assume later reimbursement? And is any interest currently accruing while approval is pending? I'm trying to understand the practicality. If the vote were to be a no, which I understand with it being impact fees, it most likely wouldn't. But if it were, we can't realistically uninstall equipment or return materials that have already been delivered and installed. In that scenario, the financial obligation still exists, and the only real question becomes, now how do we pay for it? That puts this body in a difficult position. So if we're going to do it anyway, why even have a vote? Is it just a technicality? So I'm not questioning the value of the project itself, only the process in which these payments are being handled. I believe it's reasonable for the public and the body to understand why authorization is occurring 6 months after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers on docketed items? Please come on up. Name and address for the record. Just make sure that mic is on. Thanks, Cody.
The president. Brian Thomas, 54 South Main Street. I want to know, is it possible to submit a written comment? Is that possible?
Absolutely. You can
Okay.
email it in to our clerk, or if you have
I
something.
have it right here.
Sure. Where is she? Oh,
Yeah,
there
I'm
she-
actually here for reappointment, but I saw something on the docket that concerned me. So I wanted to make it
Yeah,
known.
absolutely.
I should do a little better with checking these. Because it's has to do with the school zone cameras.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Feel free either way. However. you-
Experience with those cameras. Yep. And I want to try to prevent other people from having the same experience I had.
Understood, yeah.
Yep.
She can take that and deliver it to all of us, I believe.
Could he read the letter so we know what he's
Yeah.
submitting?
I mean, she can distribute it. You wanted to do it written. All right, anyone else in chambers, public comment docketed? All right, kick it over to Zoom. Anybody over there, Cody? Nope. Great. That concludes that on the agenda. Anyone here, we are looking at item number 3 yet, or do we want to entertain a motion to take this out of order?
Motion, we take the agenda out of order.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Let's see. What makes sense to start with? Maybe yours, your report first, or how do you want to? Bob's first, or what do you think, Mr. Town Manager?
It doesn't matter. If Don wants to present,
It's like my wife when I ask her about dinner.
yeah,
Do we
if
have?
Don wants to present and then Bobby can
What do you
present, then we can go back and forth.
On item number 3. And then we're taking it out of order. So my question to you is, do you want to make your presentation now, or do you want? That is what we would like to do as a joint work session. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Town Council President. I'd like to call the meeting of the Coventry School Meeting to order at 6:48 PM. I'll do the roll call. James Pearson, I'm here. Annabelle Isidos Reyes Kuto is absent. Amanda Carlo,
Here.
John Cambio,
Here.
Bradford Mayor,
Here.
Dorothy Jack Voney,
Here.
Cody Rydell,
Here.
and Don Coward. Here. Thank you. Mr. President, floor is yours.
Sure, let's welcome our superintendent, Don Cowart.
So we do this annually. We get together by charter every December and we present a 5-year projection based on the revenue projection provided to the school department from the finance director. And then we put it into a spreadsheet and we map it out a number of years. This is not our 27 budget. This is not a budget discussion for what we expect to be doing next year at a very specific level because we're still building our 27 budget. We're living our 26, but we're building our 27. The 5-year projection is really just to kind of give us a map and some vision for where we see us heading based on what we've been provided. And I will say to you, I've been in the district for a little while, and we've had 3-year projections, we've had 5-year projections, and projections change almost every single year based on what the revenue comes in at and what the expenses look like and other factors. So I just kind of wanted to say that up front. So we provided to the town finance director and manager our 5-year budget projection. There's quite a few things on the document to kind of orient yourself. At the top of the document, you'll see all the way to the left is our current year 26. And then every year to the right is 1 year out. And then all the way to the right are the totals. You should have a copy, I hope, in front of you as well. And then the top of the document is our revenue, and the bottom of the document is our expenses. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see in that very bottom section where it's pink and green, sort of where we see our year ending. And, you know, our goal is to pay down our accumulated deficit. We've accumulated, $5.8 million deficit over a number of years. And so our number one priority as a school department is to be balanced, of course, but is really to try to find a way to maintain fund balance to pay down the deficit. I'm happy to say, as we finish up our audit for 25, that right now we're looking like we're in a position where we're going to have about $1.3 million in our fund balance from 2025, which is a substantial achievement, knowing the way we got there. And that $1.3 million fund balance immediately applies to the bottom line of our $5.8 million deficit, which essentially brings it down to, a 4 million plus. And so what we do is take this document that you're looking at, and we look at our revenue, we look at our expenses, and then we try to, use the assumptions that we have in front of us to make decisions on what we think things are going to cost down the line. But we don't know for sure what anything's going to cost, So we make basic sort of assumptions on percent increases based on historical patterns or based on feedback from either our partners across the street or people at Department of Ed. And so when we think about things like fuel, we think about things like utilities, we think about things that we have to spend money on. We're just making assumptions based on our best guess, for lack of better terms. And that's why this is really not a budget, it's a projection. So what we have provided here is the breakout for the next 5 years. And there's just a few things I wanted to call out because I'm sure when you look at this, you probably have some questions. So I figured if I got in front of it, I might be able to explain some things first and foremost. So last Thursday, the finance director sent over the revenue sheet for us to work on. And so every 5-year projection we've worked on for the last few months, starting at the end of last June all the way until now, has been based sort of on last year's 5-year projection or 5-year revenue projection that the finance manager had provided. And so we've been working off of that starting point. When we got Thursday's revenue projection, obviously there were changes, and I wasn't surprised by that, but what Chris and I had to do is then respond to those changes in revenue to come up with a new 5-year projection based on what we've been provided. So some of the things that were a little bit different for us is, when we calculated last year's local appropriation, which is what we use for operations from the town, we had calculated about a 2.4% increase every year out, which was basically based on what the town had provided us. And so when we looked at what we were looking at, was 27 was going to be about 53,426,348, and then it goes up every year after that. When we got this revenue projection, it was less than what we had in our last year projection. It was 2% increase. So we had to adjust our revenue projection down from the 2.4 that we got last year to the 2% this year. So our revenue from the local appropriation had to be reduced down, which impacts our bottom line because it's less than what we were anticipating. The other thing that was different in this revenue projection is when we first were working on coming up with a joint plan together for deficit reduction, one of the things the town had kind of committed to is that, they were going to work with us over the next 5 years to help pay down the deficit by contributing a certain dollar amount. And so the town contributed some, and then we contribute the rest of it. And we looked at applying about $1 million a year towards the deficit reduction. So then after 5 years, it's gone, right? It's a 5-year plan to pay down. Well, in this plan, in this revenue projection, it's 4 years, not 5 years. So in that 5th year, we don't have the amount that the town had allocated last year. So we had to adjust for that, right? So I'll give you an estimate. We were looking at, for 25, we'll get $475,000 from the town for 27, $475,000 for 28, $488,000 for 29, and then it stops. What we budgeted for initially when we first started our 5-year projection process was 472, 472, 472, 472 for 5 consecutive years. So we had to make an adjustment, obviously, for that. The other thing is, we have expenses that are sometimes tied to things like teacher contracts, things like salaries, things like benefits, things that usually get tied into multi-year agreements. And so we know that we're coming to the end of a teacher contract now. It's going to expire in 26. And if there's no movement on the contract that was negotiated, we need to come up with some reasonable assumption of what that contract might cost us. But the thing is, we haven't negotiated. We haven't met with them. We haven't negotiated the terms of that. So we don't know what the salary increases would be over those next 3 years. So what we did is we put in a 2% kind of flat increase. Instead of what was negotiated, we put in the 2% because we weren't sure what direction the town was going to go in terms of ratifying the contract. And so that was a different expense. And then the last part was, we were very conservative on how we budgeted for health benefits. We had been with one health manager for a very long time. We left that health manager and went to the trust. When we got with the trust, we saw a little bit of savings this year, but we have never been with the trust before. And we know next year there's going to be an increase. We just don't know what that increase is going to be. So we budgeted at about 7.5% increase. It could be a little bit higher, it could be a little bit lower, but the 7.5% increase is a conservative budget. And it could come in less, which would then adjust all of these things. So yeah, I think the most important part is that, you know, we have to make estimates on salaries, we have to make estimates on healthcare, and we also have to make estimates on purchase services. I know we talked about this last year, but I'll kind of mention it again. When we put students in other districts, whether it's for a CTE program, a special ed program, a charter school program, there's an expense that goes with the student going to that school. That expense is a purchase service. When we have to transport those kids to those locations, that's a purchase service. We don't know what the cost of those things are going to be every year. We just know they're going up, right? They've never gone down. Historically, nothing's ever gone down in terms of that particular area. So we're budgeting up based on prior year experience and historical data. We just don't know what it's going to be. So I've said a lot of things, and I probably said them faster than I should have. But what I was hoping to do is try to explain to you that when you get to that bottom section of the budget, the projection that we gave you, you'll see that, you know, we don't pay off the 5-year deficit as quickly as we want to. We want to pay it off in 5 years because that's the goal, right? A deficit reduction plan has it paid off in 5 years. We don't want to extend it to a 6-year. But because of the things I just mentioned, the decrease in local appropriation, the last year of the town support dropping off, and then also the increase in expenses, that adjusts us by about $1.7 million. And when you have $1.7 million, you know, that you were anticipating not getting, what ends up happening is you end up not balancing out at the end of those 5 years, which puts us in a position where that deficit reduction is not completely paid off. I'll take any questions. Unless you want to wait till Bob goes and then I'll be answering. Yes.
And I'm sorry if I'm going to be very blonde in this question,
Mhm.
but the town has been paying you guys, I think you said 480.
472, I think.
So you guys are, you're in a surplus of about 1.6, 1.7.
Say that again?
You guys had a surplus this past year.
1.3.
1.3.
Mhm.
Does the town get any of that money back that we've been giving to you guys?
So what happens is the money that was allocated for 25, which is the year we just finished, was $140,000. We hadn't started that 472 until this year. So $140,000 came from the town. The rest of it came from the school side. And then it goes towards eliminating or reducing the accumulated deficit. So it brings that number down. The way that we had structured the plan and the way we had worked out together was that the town would give us some money for operations and some money dedicated specifically, and if I'm correct, Bob, it doesn't impact maintenance of effort. And so that money sits outside of the maintenance of effort rule, which requires you to give us the exact same amount or more every single year. And so that 472 that we were budgeting for was really, I think, a good faith effort for the town and the school to work together to get through the deficit so that it puts us all in a better position. One thing the Auditor General said forever is it's not just a school deficit, it's a town deficit.
So my question is, does the town get back the money that they helped you with?
That was not
I'm
the,
just asking the question. I
Yeah,
don't know.
that was
You're
not-
saying no?
that was not the arrangement, but I'm sure Bob could answer that
Yeah,
question.
Councilwoman, I'm gonna, while we're getting these passed out, just gonna reset here real quick to give some of our members, anyone watching at home,
Mhm.
just kind of the big picture. You know, if you look at the town budget as a whole, the one we passed last year is 127.1 million. Municipal government is 42 million, just approximate. School department, 84 million. So everything does come out of the same bucket. Something to keep aware of as we go, you know, talking between, you know, giving, taking, things like that. At the end of the day, it's one big bucket of money. The school department is responsible for that. The way it's just set up is, you know, they're going to present their budget, we roll it into ours, but then we have this other fun part where they actually negotiate contracts, but then we have to ratify them. So just want to give you a big picture sense of what's going on here. So, you know, the school department is responsible for that. The way it's just set up is, you know, they're going to present their budget, we roll it into ours, but then we have the school department, they're actually negotiate contracts, but then we have to ratify them. So just want to give you a big picture sense of what's going on here. So decisions they make that come to us, essentially, we fund them and put them in those, in the final budget authorization, if you will. But, just to be clear, it's all, it's all town money, but we separate it in two kind of big buckets. So, if we gave them back a piece, we didn't take a piece, it's all part of the same equation as we move on. So it might help some of our members here kind of break that down. But do we have additional questions?
Can I
for
just
Mr.
add one
Keller?
last thing? So that I don't want to speak for Bob and he can speak for himself when he comes up, but I think our goal has always been to get through the 5-year deficit reduction as quickly as possible. So we're not, the town or the school, putting money towards deficit reduction. We're putting money towards things like operations, education of students. You have things and initiatives on the town side you'd like to invest more into. So the quicker we can get out of that debt, the better. So it was never about like we get some, we give some back and forth, because that's not going to get us out quickly. The goal was to get out as quickly as possible. And Bob can speak for himself. That was sort of like the thinking.
Councilman Pasqua.
And just to add one more point to your statement, the 84 million isn't totally funded by the tax levy. It's 29 of that's from state aid. So the taxpayers are paying 52 million out of the 127. Those are schools.
Yeah, and I actually should, I'm glad you said that, because, there's a lot of funding that goes on to get us to where we need to be. And so when we saw our deficit, we knew that we weren't going to get out of it by just cutting. You can't cut your way out of it. So we decided to sort of attack the other side of the ledger. So we worked on revenue. And so one of the things that we had access to that really is revenue that doesn't come from the state or the town was Medicaid revenue. And Medicaid revenue is reimbursable for certain types of services for students. And we had been sort of, I think, not getting as much as we could get. Like, I think we were underperforming where our potential was when we looked at how big we were compared to other size towns, similar sized towns. So we put a lot of effort into Medicaid reimbursement. We set up a whole system so that when we would submit the claims and get the claims back into the district. So even though we had a $1.3 million deficit, I would say about a million of it, maybe just under, maybe just over, really came from our increase in Medicaid revenue, which was, a big part of our initiative to try to attack this without having to cut our budget down so much that we couldn't operate.
And just to help our review, that is showing up on the front page under Medicaid, under the revenue section. That's what that line item's called. So you guys can see it there. It's about 1.2 in the current year. Councilman Pasqua.
Is there any services that could be added to the operation of schools to increase the Medicaid funding that's outside of what you're doing already?
Not that I know of, but what we've done is maximized everything that we can under the law, right? So the kinds of things that we can put in claims for range from transportation to certain kinds of medical type services that students get, all the way up to things that happen like with certain students in the nurse's office. So everything, and even psychologists and social worker work. So we're doing whatever we can to access everything available to us. The good news that the Auditor General had mentioned to us a few different times is that the law has changed to allow us to put in for more. And when you're allowed to put in for more, you have the opportunity to get more back. I don't anticipate us having a $1.3 million deficit, surplus every single year, because that Medicaid increase has now become part of our operating budget, right? Before we were looking at like $600,000 in Medicaid aid, and then last year was like $1.3 million. If you look at the budget, just like the president said, now we're budgeting for Medicaid aggressively, right? So every budget we're looking at, 1.4, 1.3. We're looking to get those funds, so we're not going to get that massive influx that we got in 25. It's budgeted now. It's part of the budget.
And then what is the possibility of billing private insurance for the same stuff? Can you do that?
No.
Okay. And the only other thing that I'll add on this is that Medicaid funding, it worries me only a little bit because that's very political and heavily regarded at the state level. You could have a change in the guard and, now all of a sudden funding is cut through Medicaid. So I wonder if it's prudent in the future, as you guys continue the good work that you're doing to reduce your deficit, to maybe start maybe depending less on that Medicaid funding and sort of just putting it in a fund balance account or something along those lines. That would make more sense.
I would love that. I would also love to take the portion that we're contributing towards deficit reduction and put it towards, operation or capital improvements or things that, make our district a strong district. I'm sure the town would like to take the part that they're contributing to us and put it towards initiatives that the town has. So I think we all want to put that money someplace else. The goal is we have to get that deficit off our books so that we can.
But to a great point, to further that point, there is a risk built, throughout these budgets, not just in our town, but anywhere, just along the lines of what you said, because, a lot of these calculations of what we get is based on school funding formula at the state level. Certainly, distressed community aid, some of the other things we picked up in last year's cycle, which, aren't necessarily good economic indicators, but gave us more money, is also something that could change these, because those were decent sized numbers. We got a $700,000 increase, that's almost a point on our tax levy. So, when you think of the magnitude of some of these numbers, just picking off of what you said, any changes at that level certainly would impact us here. So
Yeah, so the high level sort of approaches to cutting are kind of been exhausted, right? Eliminate a classroom, eliminate a position, cut something in half. We need to find all the other things. So a lot of times people ask us about CTE programming and how we have sometimes kids who choose to leave Coventry. And we don't like that because there's two things. One is if you're a Coventry student, we want you to stay in Coventry. It's your town. You should, be able to stay in the town you want to stay in and to be able to, have your education completed here. But there's also an expense associated with that. So there's two ways of looking at it. You can say, we have a problem, that money is going out the door, and what do we need to do to address that problem, and do we need to offer more programs, or do we need to do things that they're doing? And one of the things that we really came down to is we just need to make our product better, and we need to market it more, and we need to get to the students as early as we possibly can. So this year, during our CTE open house, we had over 200 people from, most of them from Coventry, but a number of communities attend that open house and sign up for CTE classes for 9th grade next year. These are 8th graders signing up for 9th grade. And that's a significant increase. We're also tracking the number of kids who start requesting to go out. And right now that number is lower than it was last year at the same time. So maybe the enthusiasm, the good work that we're doing, not only on the school side, but together with the town, will give, residents the confidence to know that, the investment in the community is an investment in the schools, which is going to give your students the best outcomes possible. And you don't need to go someplace else to get that.
After having the tour and seeing everything you guys have there, it's really interesting. What are they going outside of, your program is very robust. So I'm just curious now that you brought that up. What is the major thing drawing away?
Well, we can't have every program. There's a cost associated with everything. And so there are some programs that we don't offer. And so students may go to a school that has that program. Unfortunately, the way the Rhode Island law is written right now is kids can even leave Coventry for programs that we do have, as long as that program is not considered substantially similar. And if it's considered substantially similar, they can't go. But right now, a lot of programs are not even being determined substantially similar. They're just really not going down that path. And so what happens is programs that we have, kids are leaving for. So then the question is why? Why are they leaving? And when we dig into it, it's a lot of things. Sometimes it's because a peer group is going together. Sometimes they're not even kids from Coventry public schools, but they're kids that live in Coventry that maybe go to Father John Doyle, and they go over as a group of students because they have a similar interest. Sometimes it's for athletics because they want to play a sport that with a particular coach at a particular school, or it could be a sport that's at a different division. Sometimes it's the size of the school. We have a pretty good size high school. I would argue that that school can feel very small very quickly when you get into your CTE program and your clubs and your activities. It doesn't feel like 1,100, but sometimes people choose to go to schools that have 400 students in them because they think a smaller environment is better. So there's a lot of reasons. It's not just about the program, and we know that, but
They could use that as a reason.
they don't have to. They can just say, I'm going for this program. I know an example, did not happen here, where somebody was asking to go to a particular program, and The superintendent of that district challenged that decision. It went all the way to the hearing board, and the hearing board met 3 different times. And by the time they get to the 3rd hearing, they actually sided with the superintendent and said, you know, you're right, the programs are similar, and the student just picked a different program and went anyways. Enough said, right?
Yeah, no, this is stuff, yeah, it helps drive the point home here on what we're looking at. Councilwoman Capaldi.
When we met last year, I know there was a lot of discussion on this weird law that, well, I think it's weird that who decides what is similar and what isn't. And I believe it was somebody on the school committee, and it was our former president who they were going to look into this, and they were going to go and, I don't know, lobby or do something. Has anything ever come out? Has anyone done research? Because and I even talked about, like, I've seen other schools. I've never seen Coventry High advertise for the great CTE programs you guys have. I've seen Situate. I've seen, I think, like Burrville or something.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the one way out there that does all the CTE programs.
Yeah. I don't know how much more we could, to be honest with you. We're on the news, we're on the radio, we're on our own radio station, we're on the local radio, we're in the paper. So we're blasting people, but the reality is that's like the old way to get to people, because if you want to get people looking at your programs, you have to use social media and email.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
And I mean, our CTE director we have now has, you know, started from scratch and has a Facebook page that has like over 2,000 people already following it. And I think that's the way you go at it. But to your other question that I think is important is, so there's been no movement on changing that law, but the superintendents from all the districts, including the ones that sometimes take our kids and sometimes we take their kids, have all sort of come up with like an agreement that we're not going to accept kids after a certain point, a certain date from other places. So, and we're going to kind of enforce that ourselves outside of the law. We're just going to say, you know what, the deadline to apply for a CT program in another district is April 1st. If you apply for a program after April 1st, you're not going to be accepted, because we're all going to agree that that's it. And you may say, well, why that? Because we get students who apply to programs all through the summer. And when we work together to do our budget, and you know, set what the rate's going to be, and you do your vote, and the town council votes on it, that's all happening in May. I'm budgeted for May. Every new student I get in June, July, August, sometimes September, are all kids I was not anticipating at $17,000 a pop. So if we all agree that we're going to do this the same way, we all alleviate ourselves from that, experiencing that. The other thing that we've been doing is trying to figure out how they determine what's substantially similar or not. And we've kind of gotten down to brass tacks on it. There's an inventory sheet that they use to kind of look at what different kinds of materials each program uses. So what I did is I asked for the inventory sheets. I said, I want the inventory sheets from all the programs that are like my program, because I want to see what they're putting down. And if there's a way to look at what they're putting down and to match that and mirror that, then they can't go anymore. And then the third thing I did, which was an excellent opportunity, is I got myself put on the CTE Board of Trustees. So I'm on that board for now the next 4 years. So now that is the board that makes the list of substantially similar. So not to say I have any authority, but I'm one of the people now at the table, which I think is going to change things a little bit.
And something that might help out a little bit on that point is there's an inherent capacity issue. That night we were having the tour, you know, the first couple stops, we went to, you know, hair, we went to this, we went to that. And after the first couple times of me saying, what's your enrollment like on this? 100%, 100%, 100%. So after a while, you know, basically they're maxed out capacity wise is another way to look at it. So, you know, even trying to move the needle on some of the advertisement, you know, I don't know how much you could really jam more in. I think there was only maybe one program.
Yeah, so what we've done is when that opportunity presents itself and it's enough interest, we'll add more teachers. So criminal justice used to be one part-time teacher. He eventually became full-time, and now we have a second teacher. Same thing with cosmetology, same thing with computer tech. So if we have enough people interested, we'll just add another teacher so we can get more sections. But then it goes back to this, right? Because that's another salary, it's another benefit. So you have to look at what's the risk reward on that. It can't be one student, because we're going to be upside down. It has to be the right tipping point. And it's all part of the the grand sort of balance of it all.
Questions from council? All right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councilman.
Has there been any movement on, I know there was some talk about lobbying with the league or whatever on the transportation issue and the costs associated with that. I know it's a big one. Is there any changes?
Well, I was pretty disappointed because there was a whole work committee. I went and testified there about transportation that went to the point where they were, I think, it was a House committee. It stopped. It was supposed to get flipped over to a Senate committee that never met, and it just lost its momentum. The only thing I will say, and I'm not sure if I should even get too excited about it, but there was a work group. Dan actually shared the email with me, but there was this work group, a statewide work group looking at funding and how we do funding in Rhode Island. And it looked at everything. It looked at the state allocation, the local allocation, who pays for what, all of it. And in few of the different models, they actually talked about that high cost transportation model sitting with RIDE and not sitting with the locals, because it's such an expensive investment that we have very little control over.
Yeah, if anything comes up on your radar as far as that goes, to give us some relief on that, the legislative level that you think we can help with, just, by all means, send it out to Damon.
Yeah, and I'll say the good news before I sit down is the leadership from the league and the leadership from RISA, which is the superintendents, are very interested in working with each other. And I think that's a good thing for us as a community, because when you have the top educators working with the top municipal people, advocating and pushing for the same things, I think we're a little bit more of a force. And so I know myself personally, if I get invited to a league thing, I go, because if there's something that needs to be discussed that has something to do with education, I want to be at the table. And I think we're going to see more of that as time goes by.
No, it's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, and for us members up here, it's that time of year again where the state legislature is getting ready to go back in session. Our reps and senators always reach out and say, is there something on your radar? So this might be a good time to either write them something, give them a policy brief, have a meeting, but that might be our best conduit to that, to let them know, we're not just going to sit here and say we've got issues. We've identified a couple very specific ones that could be changed at the state level. We're not asking pie in the sky stuff. So that might be a good opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to, it's not my purview, but I will say we used to have a meeting, a joint meeting with all our reps, and they would all come to the meeting and we would have an opportunity from the town side and the school side to advocate for things. And I'm not saying it was always like the most successful, but it definitely gave us an opportunity to be heard. And so that was something that happened every single year. It stopped about, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, but it was, when I attended it, I wasn't even superintendent. I was just a spectator, and I got a lot out of it just to hear from the people who represent us, because we kind of have a weird map. We have so many people that represent us, little bits and pockets, and to have them all in the one room is, I think, a great opportunity.
Was that a formal meeting?
Yeah, I believe so. It was similar to this. It was like a work
Okay.
session.
I sat through the last one. It was just like this.
Okay.
It's definitely something I put on our radar.
Yeah, no, we definitely, at least try.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to present this information. I'm glad for the questions. It shows that you're interested. I know sometimes I talk fast because I'm trying to get through a lot, but I'm always available for phone calls, emails, messages. I'll meet with anybody at any time. I think you have one more question over here, Mr. President.
Sorry, Mr. Councilman Dowen.
Can you tell me what the purchased services column 401 is?
Yeah, it's a lot of things. And Chris, you might want to come up and help me a little bit. Chris is our finance director, and he knows the budget line by line by line. As he's making his way here, we use this thing called UCOA, and UCOA is the budgeting system, and there are literally thousands and thousands of lines that feed into UCOA, and there's many that feed into purchase services. So he can give you an idea of what's included there, but it's a fair amount of things.
Yeah, good evening. So some of the notable things in purchase services, we just spoke about it. The out-of-district tuition for CTE programs, it's expensive. Foster Gloucester, we've been spending nearly $1 million a year to send kids there. Sometimes for for career and tech programs. Other times it's for other interests, like you said, whether social or pretty common to have athletics be a reason people go to other schools. Out of district tuition, it's not just that. There's charter schools that we have to pay for. And that's not just high school, that's K through 12. And then there's also other types of education that can get very costly. If we have to send kids to special education services, that can be very costly depending on where you're sending them and the type of placement. If you get to a certain level, DCYF placement, which we have no control over, no say, we're basically told they're your resident. We've made the decision. They're going here, but you're flipping the bill. One kid can nearly be about $200,000 a year. So that can get very costly. You also have items in there like transportation, right? So our transportation contractors, the buses, the aids, all that falls within purchase services. And then you have those are the big ones you probably wouldn't be thinking of. But there's others, and I'd be happy to give you, if you have specific questions, we can give more detail and a breakdown of what's going into those items. But I would also point you to, if you were to go to the website for Coventry Public Schools, you can go to the business department. Our technology director has been taking the monthly reports that we've been presenting to the school committee and putting them on there. We have a summary report, which would be somewhat similar to this, but you'll see the purchase service category. But we also provide more detailed backup reports, so you could go through the different sections and see, what falls within the UCOA code, and it gives you a little more description of the type of expenses that go in there.
It might be helpful if you have we gotten to the overarching theme of the money follows the student. Have we gotten to that yet? Because essentially the answer to a lot of these things, transportation and all these categorical expenditures is, whether you're putting someone in placement, DCY, however that works, the money is coming from the sending district. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, when you look at items we want to dive into, there's no cost share component, so to speak. It's what that child needs is dictated by essentially state and federal law, and that funding that's tied to that student follows them. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and I mean, as far as the school choice, that my understanding is that's basically a Rhode Island thing. It's not necessarily common everywhere else, but at some point, our Rhode Island lawmakers decided that was a good choice. I'd say in today's day of age, people go all over the place for different things. I don't think we send a lot of our students, to North Smithfield for education purposes. They're typically going there for hockey and something like that. And these kids all play together, nowadays, and they know each other in their club sports. So if something becomes a hot spot, there's a pathway for them to go there where we have to pay the bill. So that's unfortunate. So I very much encourage, a working session with any of our state legislatures to discuss the concerns about that.
Just so I understand that a little bit better, do they state a reason that is CTE related as far as curriculum, but then we know the real ulterior motive might be, okay, so you can't pick based on, so you got.
There's nothing preventing them from doing the extracurricular activities there or the sports there.
Right.
I mean,
So it's under the guise of their cooking program might be better, but it's really because.
Yeah, I have to sign the invoices, and I've been a resident of Coventry since 2005. I've, run the soccer association for about 7 years, and then, I know a lot of the students. So I see the names, I recognize what sports they play, and
Gotcha.
you can see the pattern. So
No, I think that's helpful to understand what we like to highlight, what we like to dig into, so that's all very helpful. Thank you.
When we get to the budget season, we'll have a very specific budget presentation for the 2027 budget, which will address some of these high-level topics in a really specific, granular way. in terms of numbers and costs associated with them.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, throwing the opportunity for school committee members, if anyone has any comments or questions. If not, we can move on to the town council presentation. All right, I see none. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Throwing it back over to you guys over there. Director Savetti.
Good evening. I'll just address a couple items that, the superintendent had just mentioned in his presentation as far as the rationale why we decreased or why I'm projecting a decrease in the funding on the town side. When we put together the projection last year, the town had agreed, on the projection that we would fund 2.5 million out of the $5.8 million deficit. Once we realized that that deficit's down to roughly 4.5 million, or it's further going to be reduced, in my opinion, it's going to be reduced by another 1.2. So it's being reduced down to 3.3 million. I put in here that we should pay it off early and the town would now only fund 2,050,000. So if you look percentage wise, we were doing 2.5 million out of 5.8 is roughly 43%. Now we're doing 2,050,000 out of a 3.3 million deficit, which is 65%. So in overall, I feel that the town's funding of the deficit is still doing more than its fair share. I know the dollar amount's different, but based on the deficit and where that additional 1.2 million is coming from, we did just finalize a discussion today with the auditors. Your internal service fund, the healthcare management fund, is going to show a surplus this year of roughly 1.2 million, or surplus through June 30th of 25. So if you take that surplus, which can be used to help fund additional, fund healthcare in future fiscal years, taking into consideration that your employees get a portion of that as well, or covers a portion of their co-share or co-payment. I think we're looking at a cumulative deficit of roughly 3.3 million versus that 5.8 million when we made that original projection. So just to lay that out there, why you can understand why we did the reduction. But in the budget projection that you had, I'll just reiterate what Don said, that it's a projection, right? We don't know what tomorrow's going to hold, but this is where we think we can stand, what we're looking forward to over the next several years. As you know, when the town manager came here and when I started here, one of our things was to try to start funding things for the future of the town, right? For too many years, the town ignored road paving. This 5-year projection is going to get our road paving budget being part of the operating budget rather than just being part of capital. But going from an operating budget where the town budgeted 0 in 2023 and 24, getting that up to $1.5 million in fiscal 2030. So currently, as you know, in the current 2026 budget, we're at 750,000. We're going to look to increase that incrementally to eventually get a line item in the budget of $1.5 million so that we can maintain the roads and have the infrastructure rather than having to wait till it's failing. Other items in here, just highlight some of the items we talk about: sanitation vehicles, right? So we currently have an internal capital lease fund that the council approved via ordinance, where we self-funded the purchase of 3 of our sanitation vehicles. We're paying that back over a 3-year cycle. And then you'll see a line item in the projection where we're going to continue to fund that annually so that we can continue to purchase the vehicles rather than previous, again, since the previous council or of the management of the town, where you funded 8 sanitation vehicles all at once. And of course, they all failed all at once, or they're failing all at once. And as you may recall, those sanitation vehicles were bonded over, I believe, 20 years, and they're lasting 8 to 10 years. So we're going to pay for vehicles that we don't even have any longer. So we're trying to deal with some of the long-term ranges. But just, when you look at page 2 and page 3 is really just the summary of the projection. And when you look at the bottom line, we're showing the budget increase and projecting the budget increasing from 127 million, where we're currently at, up to 144,684,000 in fiscal 2031. So you can see the increases there per year. Fiscal 2027 projecting roughly a 3.5% increase, 28, 2.77% increase, fiscal 29 a 2.41% increase, 2030 2.22, and 2031 the same thing at 2.22%. Now, when you look at those percentage increases, you can't assume that's the tax increase, right? The tax increase is going to fluctuate, similar to what we had this year, right? Our budget increase in fiscal 26 went up, overall budget went up 4.89%, but our tax increase was only 1.6% because we had various factors. We had additional revenue, as the council president mentioned, coming in from distressed communities, right? We had additional growth within the tax base that helps increase the tax levy without touching the tax rate. So when you look at the projection, I think on page 8, as far as the projected tax revenue, you see this budget's estimating that the revenue raised from taxes, and again, not necessarily a tax increase, but the revenue raised from taxes would go up 3% in 27, 2.2% in 28, 3.48% in 29, 3.11% in 2030, and 2.36% in 2031. The reason you see somewhat of a spike in fiscal 29 is because distressed communities, right? We don't, as the, again, council president mentioned, we don't know how long that funding is going to be available. We do know, based on discussion with the state last year when we qualified, fiscal 27, we should see double the amount that we received in fiscal 26. Fiscal 28, it could drop down in half because they could, if we no longer qualify, they don't take it all away from you in 1 year. They take away 50%, and then the following year it's removed. So we made the estimate. Again, it's an assumption, right? A lot of assumptions in here. When you look at the last page of the document, it has the school department information. So on page 75 of the 5-year projection, local appropriation, we did a 2% increase across the board. Again, estimating it'd be a 2% in the local appropriation. As Don mentioned, you can see the deficit reduction line item going from the current 472,000 to 475,000 for fiscal 27, 28, and then finishing at 488,000 in 2029, which would be that total of 2,050,000 that I mentioned earlier. The state aid projections, my projection's a little more conservative than what the school had, but schools could be right on. I'm just not sure where we're going to end up. I think the schools actually could be conservative. If we look the last 4 years, the state aid for education in Coventry has gone up an average of close to 5%. I think their projection is a 3% increase per year. I'm showing 2.5% increase a year. I hope it goes up that 5%. But just hearing rumblings around the state and the deficits that they're projecting internally, I can't see them continuing to fund at a 5% increase. So hopefully we're at that 2.5% or 3% increase. The other items on here, just at the bottom of that page, 75 in the projection, you know, we always talk about the school department funding, but we also wanted to identify 2 additional line items, which is usually part of the budget, but you have the school expenditures at the that we pay directly. So the town, however the agreement came about long before I was there or Chris was there, there's some agreement that the town pays a portion of the SRP pension. So each year the teachers contribute, the school department, or not the teachers, the SRP professionals contribute, the school contributes, and then the town contributes an actually determined amount. We have the projection for what that 27 amount's going to be, and then we did slight increases annually. So even though that's not money that goes directly to the school, it's paying the benefits for employees of the school department, not town direct employees. And then at the bottom of the page, what we included this year is the impact of the debt service. So as you know, the school department, you know, and the town went out for a $25 million bond. There's going to be some interest payment this year, which is part of the 26 budget, $242,000. That interest is really about $900,000+, but it's going to be offset by some interest that's being earned on those funds that are sitting in escrow until we spend down those funds. But then fiscal 27 through 31, again, not money that's going directly to the school, but it's an increase to the town budget. We have to pay that debt service. So the amounts that you see at the bottom of that page ranging from 793,000, in fiscal 27 up to 945,000 approximately in 2031. That's net of the housing aid. So it's expected right now that we're going to receive reimbursements from the state of 48.2% of the debt service. So this here represents that additional 51% that we're responsible for. So again, it's showing, at the bottom line, the very bottom line, although, in the middle, we say school department funding, current fiscal year, 84,272,000, projected to go to 93,559. When you look at the very bottom line, in reality, that's the added cost. So that's a portion of the town budget that's related directly to school department expenditures, which is the 84,976,000 in fiscal 26, going out to 95,114,000. So again, across the bottom, when you look at the growth of the school department, I know, previous year sitting here when we talk budget and we always hear, well, the town's only giving us X dollars, and it always gets ignored what the state aid's going up. My personal opinion, that state aid needs to be factored in. Where if the state's giving you the school department additional $2.5 million for funding, and we're giving $1 million, that's a $3.5 million increase in funding. It's not strictly, the $1 million that we're contributing. So I think you have to look at the whole pool of potential increase. And as Don mentioned, I give the school a lot of credit. When we talked over the past year, they looked at the Medicaid funding, saw that they were real low, found a lot of items that probably should have been being billed for and weren't being billed for, just the proper codes. And you see that at a lot of school departments. If something's not coded properly, it gets denied. So it really takes a lot to try to make sure you're coding everything properly to increase the funding to your best potential. So that's kind of a quick summary. I gave you, I think in the packet and on the website, show some of the assumptions. Here we talked about healthcare. Healthcare, we put in there an assumption of 8% increase. I'm hoping it's only 8%. Working with some other nonprofits and organizations, I've seen rates going up 16% at some places, up as high as 32%. Hopefully we're not in that. We're self-funded, basically self-insured through the trust. So I'm hoping we're in the 7 to 8% range or 7.5%. Dental, we did a 6% increase, life insurance, roughly a 4% increase. And many of the other expenditures ranges anywhere from a 1% to a 5% increase. Again, we just don't know, but we got to try to estimate. And then, as I mentioned, on the revenue side, projected increase in state aid, the impact of distressed communities, and also we'll look during the budget season this year, the possibility of increasing some of the fees that we do charge, for different licenses, whether they're dog licenses or different fees. Dog license is small, but some of the other fees that probably haven't been increased in a number of years, is it time to do a little bit of increase there rather than just always going back on the tax rate. So.
I see one question right before we get to that. I know I've asked you before and you might have said it. Debt service is included or excluded from maintenance of effort?
Debt service will be included on the school
It
bond.
is
It will be
included.
included.
Okay, thank you
That's
for
what
that.
I'm told.
Go ahead, Councilman Pascal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I take that back. Not for maintenance effort. It's included in the maintenance portion where the school department has to spend a certain dollar amount of their budget every year on maintenance.
3% is part of that.
So it's part of the 3% calculations. It's not part of maintenance of
Not
effort.
part of- okay.
The only thing that's part of maintenance efforts is the local appropriation.
Okay, gotcha.
When I said that, I saw too many school people smiling, thinking they
yeah,
were getting
yeah.
an increase. I didn't want,
Sure,
I wanted to correct
yeah.
myself.
That was good. Nope. Yeah, no kidding.
Some effort.
No.
I apologize.
Thank you for staying vigilant. on
The
that. Yeah,
Not
I
Okay.
detected his wrist already.
yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Councilman Pascal.
Director Servetti, thank you for that. And I think, my next comment, it's important to remember that this is just a projection. So, I think that one thing that I really want to remember when we're looking at a 5-year projection with the town's budget is that we have some huge development coming in. And that's going to drastically change this picture. And I really want future council to consider when Center New England really starts getting going, we projected somewhere like $12 million in additional tax revenue. But if we don't adjust our levy with help of the state, that money's really just going to be blended in, and we're not going to see an increase in funding to our services. And when we have the development that we're really looking at coming in over there, when that gets its foothold on the town, it's going to be a huge increase in services and demand of the town. So, you know, we could potentially have quite a bit of money coming in, and I think that, you know, we should probably look at putting that bug in the General Assembly's ear that we may be asking for future relief on that 4%, not because we want to raise people's taxes, but more because we want to keep them level. And we want to be able to see that funding, because some comments are made previously in the past. So if you have all these houses being developed and these businesses coming in, the town's getting extra money. That's really not actually true. It's just lowering the rate in a sense. And now you're increasing services and you're not increasing money to fund these services. And the massive amount of development that's coming to this town, it's only going to strain our DPW, police, everybody, everything else, potentially fire, a lot more. So increasing that, which we've recognized in the past, we have a severe infrastructure issue in this town. Like Lincoln Avenue Bridge has been closed for years. That's millions of dollars. That's a huge project, and we need to address that at some point. Stump Pond Dam, which is a big project, needs to be addressed. So it's quite a few big ticket items that we could actually start to address and not raise people's taxes so much to be able to do it if we can keep that on our radar. So I think that this is a great projection, but I think actually it's going to change dramatically in the next 3 years or so.
And just to summarize, if I could, Mr. President, I think it's really a balancing act. I mean, we want to support the schools. We have supported the schools since Director and I have been here. We've worked with Don and Chris. So we are projecting to pay 5 years of for the deficit reduction plan. The first year that's not on here, we paid $140,000. And then the last 4 of the 472, 475, 475, 488. So I think the town has done its fair share when it comes to deficit reduction. I think that's exactly what the Auditor General has instructed us to do, is to work together, because it is a town debt, not just a school debt. And I think we are going towards that goal of reducing their deficit while at the same time working on infrastructure and capital projects to keep the town going at the same time. So I think it's definitely a balancing act that I think Chris and Bob have worked tirelessly on to get to a point where we're both going to be successful going forward. And I think that's the overall goal.
Yeah, you and Councilman Pasqua both said the word infrastructure. I think it's important. I have the pleasure of serving on the building committee with some of these folks and some of our folks. I don't want that to get lost. We sometimes we get too geeky with this stuff, and we say federal funds, state funds, town funds. We're all taxpayers. It's all our money. And I think it's important to stress that, with that development, we're not just kind of turning a blind eye to that. We have made some significant investments. The taxpayers passed that $25 million referenda, which has already gone a long way for some major upgrades, but that's something we need to keep an eye on. I mean, we can't be ignorant to the fact that, more development is more kids is more space, more teachers. So, that's why I keep trying to reset when we have these conversations, think big picture wise. It's all one budget. Sometimes we do split hairs a lot on where the money's coming from and the sources, and we can almost put too fine of a point on it. But you both kind of reminded me with the infrastructure thing. If anybody on the council has questions on those projects, it's certainly worth getting some more information. We're hoping too that some of those infrastructure investments will actually have a positive impact on the operating costs. We've heard so many different things about what's driving up certain numbers there and things like that. We'll have something, I think, in front of us tonight for the impact fees. Again, these are things that could potentially be addressed from some investment side. So trying to tackle this in two fronts. So you both mentioned that, made me think of it. Councilman Houle.
I think if I could maybe touch on Councilwoman Capaldi's statement earlier in regards to the surplus that the school committee had. So if I remember correctly, I wasn't a part of those original negotiations, but the numbers that were given were projection of over $5 million, which is why the town came in and said, we'll give you $2.5 million to help you. Can somebody explain to me how the town ended up now paying more than 50% of a deficit we didn't create?
Again, we haven't. This is a projection. So this is what I'm saying. I'm projecting that we could do for them. It's really up to the council at the next budget season to say whether you, how far you want to go, how much you want to fund, or more so, I guess, than the.
I think some of the frustration is that I feel as if the original projections were not accurate, which then forced the town to give more money than we would have had those projections just been accurate. So now it's like you stated, we're paying 50% of a deficit that we didn't create. So I'm looking like, how can we pay that off? Like the debtor should have to pay us back to some degree, right? Because now they're going to come before us and asking for more money. And it's just like, okay, we're going to get more money, but we haven't even solved problem A yet. You can keep giving us projections all day long, and those numbers could be skewed, and the town council can sit up here and say, no problem, I'll pay $10 million. And then everyone leaves the room and those numbers had changed, but we just agreed to give $10 million. That's a false number.
Right, I think.
But the public perception of how that looks is kind of like, okay, we're here acting in good faith, but I hear nobody on the other side having good faith to meet us halfway for that number.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's twofold, right? And I think Councilman Pasqua put forward an ordinance last spring that talked about the school having to provide reports on a quarterly basis so we can monitor to see where they're at. And, you know, I won't defend Chris or anything, but what he stepped into a position that was just as far behind as I was over here. Although they had somebody in the position, my opinion, and just my opinion, that person wasn't doing a good job over there. So, you know, if you just look at what we've done combined over the past year and a half, we've issued 3 audits, or we're about to issue our 3rd audit in the past year. So having up-to-date information is the first step, right? So I think they have a new staff person over there, so I think they have a full complement of staff. So hopefully we have more accurate numbers so that when we're seeing projections, you know, provide to the school committee or provide it over to the council, we'll have a good idea where we're at. And we could certainly say, no, we're not going to fund that deficit anymore, but where's the money going to come from, right? Their only way to generate money is to eliminate a bunch of positions, which again, won't speak for the school, but I think they've eliminated a lot of positions last year, significant cuts in staffing. They've increased the Medicaid revenues. They've indicated they're trying to increase CTE revenue. So I think we're seeing, you know, an effort on their side to increase that. Now it's a matter of us just trying to monitor it. And it's very possible if they turn a surplus this year of $1.5 million, then maybe that last year of our contribution and deficit reduction disappears further. You know, it's really just trying to stay on top of it and say, okay, where are they finishing? And, you know, I think Councilwoman Capaldi had asked earlier, are we getting any of that money back? They're still in a deficit. So even though they're showing a surplus this year, just in their general fund of roughly 1.4 million, that's offsetting their deficit. They still have a deficit on their bottom line, still at 4.3 million or 4.5 million rather. So, you know, we could certainly eliminate that. That's council's choice. I'm just laying out what I think needs to take place because they have no way of generating the additional revenue. So we can certainly short fund them, but I'm sure we'd be sitting here next year and they'd be running a deficit again. That, again, just my professional opinion.
Councilman Pasqua?
One more question. I know that in the past, there was some talk about concern about the interoperability between your office and the school's finance office and software, communicating in a timely manner to be able to do your job and them do theirs. Has that improved? Do you need anything else? Does everything seem to be working well together now?
I think we have open communications. You know, we're talking to each other several times a week. We generally try to meet, you know, at least once every 2 weeks between the town manager, myself, the superintendent, and Chris.
Right.
They did give me access into the Keystone system.
Mm-hmm.
So, to be honest, I haven't gone in a lot and drilling down, but once we get their reports here and as they're getting ready for budget season, you know, we can see where they are year to date. And that was, you know, one of the comments I've been making with the town manager when we talk about evaluating, you know, the teacher contract or the proposed contract is I'd really like to see where they finish 6 months through, because we know they had a surplus last year. That's after eliminating a bunch of positions, getting the extra revenue in, but where are they going to be through 6 months of this year? So, we're close to that 6 month period now. I think if we get into January and we can look at how they're trending this fiscal year, then it's a better indication of where they're going to be at. Was the $1.3 million surplus an anomaly? Or is that, are they now leveled keeled and they're going to at least be break even, or actually generate a surplus this year of, several $100,000 to help reduce that deficit further?
Well, appreciate the both sides of the aisle working together like that. I know that was a concern in the past, so thank you for doing that.
And I think the key too is working with the Auditor General. I mean, we've been on monthly call for 2.5 years now, every month with the Auditor General. And he is very happy with the progress this town has made. We've come a long way. We haven't finalized the deficit reduction plan because that number was moving. So we know now it is 5.8. Now it's 4.5. It's going to continue to go down as we work together. But I think as long as the communication's open, the Auditor General is fine with us going along this route. He wants to see what happens with the contract. He wants to see a deficit reduction plan. But everything we're doing is basically waiting to make sure the audit was done, which it is now. So everything was done purposefully to a point where we want to make the best decisions for the town going forward. So I think that's where we are currently.
And just because you mentioned that, I was going to ask that, where do we stand as far as next steps with that go? Do we present all this back over to the OAG to?
We have a meeting with him, January 14th is our next meeting with him.
Yeah, so
I believe it
I think
is.
for that meeting, he wants us to put together somewhat of a proposed deficit reduction plan. We should have the audit finalized at that point, so we have the hard numbers. And then we would bring that deficit reduction plan forward to the, school committee would get a copy, town council get a copy, and then we'd have to formalize that plan to submit it to his office.
And is there any determined, years that needs to take place, or is that on us to discuss?
Under state law, the deficit reduction plan has to be no more than 5
No
years.
less than
If
5.
we can do it in less than 5 years, they encourage it. Being honest, I won't speak for the Auditor General, but he's made the comments, in several of our meetings that he's waiting for us to finalize ours so that he can share it with other communities that are in similar situations. Because he thinks we made a lot of, as Dan said, we made a lot of progress, and he wants to show the other communities that it can work.
Gotcha. Understood. All right. Further questions? Comments, questions? Do you guys go now? Okay.
All right, turning it over to the school committee. Are there any comments or questions from members of the school committee? Member Mayor.
I know both were mentioned, with the ratification of the teacher's contract so that school has reasonable, solid numbers to work with, help in preparing that deficit reduction plan so we have numbers to work with.
All over me. Sure. I apologize. Yeah, I think, knowing those numbers, so we'd have to, drop that into here, because my understanding, the proposed contract you have is different than what we have in front of us this evening, where this was showing a 2% across the board, whereas that proposed contract's not really there. So I think we'd have to get these numbers updated so that we could see if that contract were approved, what is that amount that would be contributed to the
Yeah,
deficit
so if the
reduction?
contract is ratified, the numbers we presented today would be lower.
They could be. I'm not going to speak for them, but like on here, so I received this yesterday. As Don said, he forwarded it over to me. Going through it, I have some questions, capital outlays, your line 404. You go from a $544,000 budget in 2029 proposed, and then it drops down to 250,000. Some of the line items in for healthcare, I see it going up 5.5%. I think Don's presentation said it's a 7.5% increase. So I would need more time. I can't say that it would definitely work. On the surface, you would think it would if those percentage raises are less than what's shown here. Obviously, if the lower raise you can have in the initial year, the better, because then it's not going to compound itself. But I think we'd still have to go through and finalize this, and, Chris and I would sit down and look at those numbers.
Any other comments or questions? Member Carlo?
It's not so much a question. Since I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, James, since July, we've had the contract, over to the town. And we as a committee have gone back and forth, I think, with members of the council asking for a vote on that contract. The teachers have in good faith, I think, given a great percentage of, or not given a great percentage of what their increase is going to be to help the deficit plan. And we all know that if this isn't voted on by the end of the year, that could potentially go out the window, and then this budget goes up significantly. So we keep saying, like, we're working together, we're working together, we're working together. And then there's, a comment that we're not doing our part. But I think it's really like, we did our part, our teachers did their part, the union did their part. And I would really like to ask the council to rethink, to have a vote on that, because it's only going to increase if we don't. So not so much a question, but just, we keep saying we're working together, and I think that's a big piece.
We have a Vice President Brown? Oh, whoever was first, sorry.
I just, if we're, I'm not sure if I can, am I
Yeah.
supposed to speak here?
Are you asking the committee a question?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just asking, I didn't see on the agenda that we were discussing a teacher contract this evening.
That's my concern too. I don't want to violate OMA.
So if we're, I have tons of notes if we want to talk about that tonight, but I just don't see it on I don't see it on the agenda. I just want to,
As a point of order, I mean, I won't speak for the president. From the school committee side, the school contract was raised actually initially as part of the 5-year projection by Superintendent Cowart and also by Finance Director Savetti as being part of the 5-year projection. I know you can't make a decision on any contract ratification in this meeting. However, the contract numbers are in play for the 5-year projection. So I don't think we're violating OMA. You just got to be careful not to make any commitments or decisions. My opinion. I'm not the solicitor.
I think,
But go ahead, just express your concern.
yes,
Yeah.
if we want to have any more conversations about the contract, would like to hear from my solicitors, because we just had, the MFC had an issue, and it was very similar to what's happening right here, 5-year projection, discussing possible contracts, and that was an issue. So I don't want us to
Yeah.
tread in that water.
No, I was trying to keep it kind of high level. Budget more than contract.
Who's asking the question? On the agenda, talking about the school contract.
The only thing you can do is if you want to amend amend the agenda, you can amend the agenda by vote, add the contract and discussion purpose only.
We can't. School committee cannot amend the agenda, so it wouldn't actually work for a joint session. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get too cute here. Let's yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, members of the committee? I have a few comments and questions. My first question is someone on the town side, Mr. Savetti, could you make sure that the school committee has a copy of the presentation you gave this evening? I think that'd be very helpful for us. We were not provided a copy of
Yeah,
this.
it is on the town's website, but I can
Oh, terrific.
send a copy over.
Copy or the link to the town website, either
Yep.
works. I appreciate that. My second, it's more of a statement than a question, but we're talked about using that healthcare or health savings account with the 1.2 million in it for helping to pay down the deficit by using that for some of our healthcare costs. Great short-term idea. One of the things I would be concerned about on the school committee side is creating any further structural deficits, because once that money runs out, the next year, the healthcare costs have to come out of our budget somehow. And that means we have to find them from either more revenues or cuts. It's the money won't magically appear.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, please do. If you have.
Yeah,
input
so
with that,
from,
great.
when I'm talking about using it for deficit reduction, it really just supplements your future budgets. So let's say next year, your working rate for healthcare is really $10 million. You'll still budget the $10 million, but you're only going to pay over to your internal service fund, let's say 9,700,000. So that extra 300,000 is a savings within your general fund. So you're not going to run into a deficit
So we wouldn't
reduction
create
because you're
that
still,
structural deficit.
it would not create
Ah,
the structural
Thank
deficit.
you for clarifying. That was part of my question. I appreciate that. Third point is less of a question, but I guess a word of I don't want to say caution because I'm a First Amendment guy here, but we've heard this evening the professionals that work for the town and the school side talking about how much and how well they're working together to solve problems, to ensure the fiscal health. The work that between the town side and the school side, our finance directors, the town manager and the superintendent, can't even underestimate how much that is appreciated by myself. I don't want to speak for the rest of the school committee, but I'm sure none of them would disagree. It's hugely appreciated. So when I hear comments thrown out that people aren't working in good faith, I am personally offended by that. And I will challenge you to a debate in a public forum. No, I just think we have to be careful in how we choose our words. The professionals are working together. They're working together in good faith. The causes for the deficit on the school side have been enumerated. There is a list of them. Part of it has to do with the situation we ran into with late fiscal audits, contributing to the fact that the town and the school side were creating budgets without even understanding if there was a deficit or not. Therefore, you couldn't correct the deficit in time, and you just roll it over and create new deficits because you're creating budgets without audited financials. A ridiculous situation, which thank you for rectifying. And it's nice to see we'll have a financial audit out nearly on time or on time. It's close enough that I would consider it on time. Being in this position for many years, I cannot remember when we're walking into a budget season having audited financial statements beforehand and not after we've already made decisions. So again, thank you for everyone working together to put these projections together. This process, this 5-year budget projection process is huge. It doesn't just tell us what's going on next year. It's really so we can start planning. So our side, we can start planning for 2027. I know we haven't finished the 2026 budget, but the 26 numbers are pretty close to what we're going to expect during actual budgeting. It's really to start making adjustments for 2027. So we won't run into future deficit problems. We'll understand where the expenses and revenues are coming from, and we're able to start planning accordingly. Something this community has only really started doing within the past couple of years well. And it's very nice to see. So I appreciate the cooperation. I appreciate being invited to these joint sessions. Even though they're mandated by charter, it's still very nice to get together and have a conversation about the fiscal health of the community. So thank you, everyone. That's me off my soapbox. Back to you, President Verducci.
Thank you, Chairman. All right. If there's nothing else, I think that concludes the school side of the agenda. Any more questions for Mr. Savetti? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a hand? Oh, I'm sorry. You were just excited. Okay. I don't blame you. This has been, okay. Oh yeah, just you guys though, right? Okay. So back over to you for a vote. Thank you,
And
Director.
since that does conclude the joint session, wow, I scribbled a lot of notes. Our next act is just to adjourn as the school committee. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
And the time is 8:04 PM. All in favor? Chair votes aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Councilwoman Capaldi.
As they're adjourning, can we take 5?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break.
Like,
very much. Welcome back. We're back on item number 3 on the agenda. We have election and appointment of town officials. First up, we have Juvenile Hearing Board. We have 1 opening and 2 terms expiring. I know we have Brian was here earlier. If you want to come up and say anything, or, you know, you don't have to. We are just happy you're here and volunteering, sir. Oh, yeah, I think you're going to be pretty good. Yeah. So you can, we've got all your information here. So, yeah, 2. This one's 2. We have 1 expiring. Okay.
There's only 1 opening?
So there's 1 opening, and there's 2 terms that are expired.
So essentially it's still a vacancy after we do this.
After these
Gotcha.
2, correct.
All right. So, hearing that, I bet we would love to make motions to appoint some people.
Make a motion to appoint Brian Thomas and Curtis Carlson to reappoint to the Juvenile Hearing Board.
I second that.
First and a second. Any discussion?
Thank you for wanting to do this again.
I will second that, and we really do appreciate you stepping up. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. All right, we've got agenda letter B. We're going to postpone that one. We're waiting on a document on that one. So we will jump to C. We have tax assessor board of review for the District 5 position. We have Keith White, if you're here and like to say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please tell us about yourself. And again, I'll echo our comments here. Thank you very much for volunteering.
I, a politician from town. I used to be chairman of the school committee a million years into last century. And, but I have been a real estate appraiser for almost 50 years. I actually did the commercial properties revaluation here in 1989. So I've been on both sides, and I've testified before the town, our company, White Appraisal Companies on Sandy Bottom Road. And I don't know that we've done all your houses, but we've done an awful lot in the area. We've been an appraisal company here for a long, long time. So I'm happy to help out. And primarily the reason I got involved this time was that we have a full revaluation coming up very soon, and I thought I could be of help.
That's great. Given your position, what was your appraisal of tonight so far?
It was wonderful.
Good. We'll take it.
I tried to remember what the school budget was back. I sold from 78 to 83.
Oh,
I think we were around 18 or 19 million. So I don't know where all that extra money went to, but anyways, spend it freely.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Pasqua.
Thank you, Mr. White, for your interest in this position, and I'm familiar with your operation, and I think you'd be an asset to it. So
thank you.
Appreciate you stepping up.
Councilman Hull.
Thank you I am familiar with White Appraisal. We're in kind of the same business. One of the questions that I have is, have you ever run into any potential conflicts of interest with reviewing any appraisals that come before that you may have handled or your firm has
There are
handled?
clearly occasional times when we have conflicts of interest. Anytime we've participated, or if we actually have a requirement under our licensing to report prior service on a property. For example, if I had appraised your home, I'm required to report that I have done service on that property. We oftentimes leave it up to the other parties to determine whether or not we are conflicted. But there are times that, for example, if I had appraised a property and that person came before the assessment review board, I would have to recuse.
I just wanted that for public knowledge.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for
there are
stating
going
for
to
the
be
record.
times when we've bumped into it. I'm an employee now of White Appraisal. My niece and daughter, who are both appraisers, actually are the owners of the company. So I work for 2 smart 40-year-old girls. So women, girls. They're
This
younger
is-
than me.
This is
so they're-
recorded in
They're
case
going
you
to be
need
girls
it.
for the
Yeah.
rest of their life, so
Aw.
in any event. But yes, there will be times when there are conflicts, but I will disclose them. And
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councilman. Questions, comments? Mr. Hool, emotions,
Make a
anything?
motion to
right.
appoint Keith White to the Coventry Tax Assessors Board of Review for District 5.
I'll second.
I have a motion and double seconds. I appreciate that. Any discussion? Elisa, you had the second on that? Councilwoman Capaldi, any discussion on anybody else? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of the appointment? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. The ayes have it. And again, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Keep us apprised of. All right, that looks like that concludes that item. We are on to anything for you, Mr. Town Manager, under item 4?
No.
Thank you very much. Well done. We will move on to item number 6. So we have resolutions here. Who's not doing one? No.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So, as you heard earlier, there are, there's a request from the school department to use impact fees to take care of these, supplies, that the school, did do the work in the science labs and the school sewer project, kind of coincidentally in with the, 2 projects that are going on there as part of the bond. So they took care of this stuff earlier. So they're just asking for the impact fees of $36,254.91 to reimburse themselves, and the account currently has $153,000 in it.
All right, so I think we may have some questions on this. It might be helpful maybe if we start with, are you coming up, Mr. Director? You knew it. Okay. Maybe just a quick rundown of, the decisions for these, or, description of the process of kind of how we got here would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
So again, what they're requesting, the work was completed. The school department completed some of the work with the renovations over at as I said, the science labs over at the high school. They completed the work, purchased some of the supplies, thinking that we would be able to submit it for reimbursement from the $25 million bond. After consulting with the bond counsel, they thought that it wasn't the best idea to do that. There's a little bit of a gray line versus having independent contractors, getting paid from the bond proceeds versus the school getting reimbursed. So at this point, nobody's been unpaid. Everybody's been paid. The school is just looking, rather than having to use their operational fund, use the impact fee funds. And obviously the bond proceeds still remain in place to do the various projects they have.
So I'm with you on that. I follow that. I want everyone else to as well. Big picture wise, these bonds, certain components will qualify for a reimbursement from the state of up to 42%.
I believe it's 48.2%.
48%.
Right now.
So, if they had used the bond proceeds, if this was a qualifying purchase, that was their first attempt was, if this is 10 grand, we get almost 5 grand back. That was not the case after talking to bond counsel. So in lieu of eating into the bond funds and essentially taking capacity out of what could be reimbursed, they want to kick these over to the impact fees to release that capacity back into the bonds, essentially. So I figured we would have some hands on this one. I think Councilman Hool was first. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Before Mr. Savetti came up. Can you help me understand? I think some of my biggest disconnect that I have here is we give the school department their budget, we give them their money, we can't dictate what they do with it, but yet they're here asking us, they don't pay us a lease, we pay to maintain the buildings, they pay, very minimal here. I'm having a hard time understanding where it makes sense in a business world for an entity to go spend $36,000 in hopes that somebody's going to pay the bill.
Well, again, the projects were all bonded. So the intention of that was to be paid with bond proceeds.
Who bonded that? Because they didn't check it.
It's part of, no, so as far as the $25 million bond, we had to submit projects that were going to be completed using those bond proceeds. So during that one project, and specifically the science labs, I forget the total number of that bond, but say out of a project, $500,000, they thought, well, we could save a little bit of money by having our own employees do some of the renovations in there and the improvements, but bond council said we really shouldn't submit for reimbursement for that. So
It's almost like it goes back to my earlier argument, right? It's like the numbers with the deficit were wrong. The town gives $2 million. They come back and fix it. And then boom, we still got you $2 million. They're going to go spend $36,000. And then, oop, the bond won't pay it. Oop, we got the town. The town's going to give us the money. It's like, damn it, I'm tired of being the parent.
no, again, just and not to defend the school, but we're looking at impact fees and we're looking for a one-time only.
It's always one
reimbursement.
time.
If
I'm
we-
not
No.
to you. I'm just saying.
I'm saying
every
in
time
this
they're in front of
case-
us, it's a one time.
Right, but in this case, it's not like this is an operating cost that we're looking to do. And I think everything the school department's come forward and trying to utilize impact fees has been for one-time items, whether it's, HVAC system, I think the communication system at one of the schools. So if it's one time only, and by ordinance, we're required to make this money available for education. So with the impact fee funds, I think you have the spreadsheet in front of you that shows the various components. So impact fee funds have to get allocated to Parks and Recreation, law enforcement, road improvements, human services, education, library, sewers, and public facilities. So it's not like we could just hold that and use it in something else. We have to spend it on education. So again, they put forward projects that weren't, but I'm sorry?
We don't have to. It's
Yes,
just
we
one
have
of the categories.
No, we have to. It's
Isn't that-
restricted by
What's that
percentage.
list that you just read?
That's in the ordinance, I believe. I'd have to ask this list, may be part of the state law. It has to be allocated to those components. So if you look at the top of that page, it shows 15% of everything we collect an impact fee. 15% goes to Parks and Recreation, 20% goes to law enforcement, 25 is for road improvements, 2% for human services, 30% for education, 3% for library, 2% for sewers, and 3% for public facilities. That has to get broken out that way. We can't then take the money and just
This
allocate it.
36,000 is out of their percentage.
That's correct. So that's where, at the bottom of that page, the education, I think the town manager may have mentioned it when he was talking earlier, the calculated balance as of November 30th, the school department has 153,739 available. So they would be utilizing some of just their portion. They're not dipping into anything else. It's strictly educational.
And, just to further kind of complicate the things, the part with the bond was essentially if we take that 36 grand and tried to pay it out of the bond, we would lose the capacity for the reimbursement on the back end. So essentially we would, be foregoing, 47% roughly of that money as a reimbursement. I think I definitely know Councilwoman Capaldi was first and then Councilman Pasqua.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Ms. Boyer is behind you. Yes. She stated earlier on a different issue, but I think it was a different issue, but the same thing. They spend the money and then they're trying to figure out how to be reimbursed. Why isn't the due diligence going in before they spend the money? Am I wrong? Is this what happened? They spent the money, 36,000,
Well, it's part
and
of the
then they're
project.
trying to figure out how to get reimbursed.
So it's part of the school bond project that was already been planned for years. So this is part of that project. So it's not a haphazard decision to spend it. The money was going towards identifiable projects within the school bond. And once we learned it wasn't qualified for bond reimbursement,
Was it not qualified for bond reimbursement because they had their own people help doing it?
correct.
The bond
So shouldn't they have known that?
Bond council recommend we didn't submit it. I'm not
Shouldn't
saying
the-
it possibly could have been submitted, but then as the, council president mentioned, we may not receive the
But
reimbursement.
shouldn't the school have known the rules and regulations of the bond? I'm just, no? Because then they wouldn't have.
They don't deal with bond counsel. That's Mr. Savetti's role. The school maintenance people.
You should have told them you can't do it because you're using you're not going to get reimbursed.
We were told afterwards.
Once I received the reimbursement request, that's when I knew they spent it.
That's what I'm saying. You received it afterwards. We should be asking these questions before. Just a thought. Am I wrong?
Councilman Pasqua.
So, just so I'm understanding this correctly, we submitted our bond for 25 million. We had a list of projects that we were under the impression were qualified pieces of this bond that we could use essentially bond money to pay for and get reimbursed from it. And this was on the list, so we did as we were supposed to do. We spent the money. And now we're being advised by bond counsel that we shouldn't put this, get reimbursed through the bond for this. Okay, so essentially we're just prepaying. We're not putting it on the credit card. We're paying the bill early is essentially all we're doing. We're not spending anything extra because we would have had to pay interest payments and interest on that 36,000 should we put it in the bond. We're just not paying it out of the bond now. So we're dipping into the impact fees that we have for one-time use, and we're not spending money, taxpayer money, on something that would cost us money in interest instead.
We still have the bond outstanding, so obviously the full 24 million
Right,
change
but
of
not
the
that
bonds outstanding.
36,000. We're not going to get charged
It
interest on-
hasn't been spent, right? That 36,000 has not been spent yet. That will go towards a future project. So
Okay.
you're right. Currently, we're not paying interest on that is outstanding, but
Yeah, so we're saving money and interest by paying that part of it now. We needed to do it anyway because it's part of the plan for the state and the reimbursement. And so I necessarily really have an issue with that. My only concern is there potentially, because there's some big ticket items on this, is there potential for this to pop up again, but on a much larger scale where we can't pay it out of the bond?
now my understanding, it's really just a matter of the school is doing some of the work. We need to be hiring independent contractors, which they've gone out to bid. I think on your agenda this evening's a fire suppression system and the projects. That was just, some items within the classrooms or in the science labs that they thought they can handle themselves. And it was the summertime when, the staff has more availability or, the maintenance folks. So they just thought they would do it and save some money, but it ended up they really didn't.
Okay, and so we've basically briefed them on the rules of how to go forward now, so we don't have this issue.
Yes.
Okay, because that answers my other question that I had was, is there any reimbursement that we could get from bond counsel? Because they advise us on bonds. And, if they didn't tell us, or they told us we were good and we operated within their guidelines and they were wrong, I didn't know if there was any recourse.
Yeah,
on
again,
that, but
I'm not the attorney, and I let the attorney speak to that, but I think, the bond council really just operates to try to get us the bonds.
Yeah.
And we have to present really to RIDE and to Rhode Island Health and Education Building Corporation what the projects are to see if those projects are going to qualify. They're not drilling down to the individual expenditures or who we're going to hire or who's going to do the work. They're really just looking at the projects and do the projects meet the requirement for not only the state aid reimbursement, but then the bonus reimbursement, which gets us to that 48.2%.
And just so it's a clear picture for people listening at home, this is a big renovation of the science lab worth millions. And this is just one small piece of that where the school did their own work, and that's why it's not going to the pond. That's
Correct. Yeah, I wouldn't say millions on the science lab,
Okay.
but maybe $1 million.
Okay.
Just to go back to what you mentioned earlier about the interest, we're not really saving on the interest, but what we are doing, we're earning money on that money now, which will offset the interest.
Okay.
Because, right, we're paying, our amortization on the bond is on the full 24 point something million. So we're accumulating interest on that total, whether we draw it down today or not. What offsets that interest is, as I said during the budget time, or during the projection, we only budgeted roughly 242,000, whatever that number was, for interest this year. The true interest bill that we're going to get come April is probably 900,000, but that's going to be offset by interest earnings that we're getting on the money. So,
And if it helps, during the school building committee, we actually have a rep there from the architectural firm, I believe, is Studio Jade. And that person actually keeps in contact with RIDE, and they go through these, and we actually have a vote to make sure that we're lined up before these things are submitted into a portal. It is a pretty involved process, and I think this one was a minor one at the beginning that kind of slipped through because I think we already toured those classrooms are done for the most part. So this is actually completed. So yes, all the questions, all the concerns are completely valid. I think this one leans more towards, we tried to do something maybe a little quicker and through their own people, caught that early enough in the process. The other larger components you were talking about, roofs, HVAC system, things like that, we just had a debate at the last building committee meeting on, I think it was an HVAC component, where we're doing the same kind of balancing act of, we don't want to put this in the bond if it's not going to get to qualify for the reimbursement, because now we're eating into, this balance, which after tonight will be, $120. So if we had a $60,000-$70,000 expenditure, I mean, they'll be tapped out on the impact fees. So definitely something we're taking a close look at, but.
Keep in mind with the impact fees. State law,
Yeah.
Keep this money there and let it just grow.
Oh.
So again, just to reiterate for those at home, the impact fees, I'll try to remember. The impact fees, you have a 10-year life. So when you collect the impact fees, you have 10 years to spend those funds, or else technically they're due back to the person that paid the impact fees. So we can't keep it carrying, but you know, again, as my opinion, as long as you're spending it on one-time only items, you're spending it on the capital items, you're spending on those things, then you're not creating that built-in deficit, right? So.
All right. On the resolution itself, I see a couple things. Do we have a piece of paper somewhere that shows that balance as of 10/24? Because obviously it's different than what was passed out tonight. And I think we need to change the date as well.
Yeah, we can change that line 25. We can make that as of today's date and 153,739.
And then change the date on line 31 to December 16. Do we need those amendments motioned? I will entertain such. If then we can get back on the actual resolution.
Solicitor, procedurally, should we be making a motion to approve the resolution first and then have a motion for amendments to set? I make a motion to approve resolution 2025-129, approve the use of impact fees in the amount of $36,254.91 for purchase of supplies and materials related to plumbing, electrical, carpentry for the Coventry High School Science Lab and the plumbing supplies for the school sewer project.
I second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think you make your amendment here.
I think just for future, it would have solved a lot of my problems if maybe we put a little asterisk to know that this resolution was coming from. Like I was looking at this resolution as if it was something completely new, not having any idea of the nuances behind where it needed to go. I don't know how we would identify that, but maybe it's a me problem. Never mind.
So ordered. Any discussion?
Amendments on that? Yeah.
Any amendments anybody wants to bring? All right, so I will entertain an amendment, a motion for an amendment for line 25 and 26 to be changed. Line 25, we need to change the date to the date the report was run, 12/16/2025. And the balance to be changed to what the report is showing, which is 153,739 and 66 cents. And line 31 needs to be changed from December 8th to December 16th. I would entertain a motion that does those things.
I'll make a motion to amend resolution 2025-129, line item number 25. We'll change the date to reflect December 16th, 2025. In line 26 to the balance to reflect $153,739.66. And I'll also amend line 31. We're going to change the date from December 8th to reflect December 16th.
Second.
Nice. First and second, any discussion on the amendment? Right, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. This will be amended. Back on the resolution. We have a first and a second on that.
I'll make we have to make a motion to amend to accept the resolution as amended. We already did that.
On the motion as amended. Those in favor?
Yep. So back on the resolution as amended. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director. All right.
So the next resolution in front of you is for the high school fire protection renovations. So the OPM for the project went out to bid. The town did receive one bid for $2,894,100. That was presented to the school building committee last week, and they approved it, and it's here for council approval.
Mr. Igliozzi, Mr. Solicitor, I sit on the school sub-building committee meeting. Am I supposed to, what should I do with this? Should I just recuse myself, or should I can keep moving forward?
You can move forward.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-130, approving the contract for Delta Mechanical Contractors for the Coventry High School fire protection renovations in the amount of $2,894,100 to be paid out of the school bond of $25 million.
I'll second what he said.
First and a second, Councilwoman. Any discussion? Councilman Dowen.
Are we not required to receive multiple bids on this since we put an RFP out, we only get one response?
So interestingly enough, before we went out to bid, I actually asked that question. And not knowing how many we would get, we had 4 people show up to the pre-bid, and I was a little concerned about that. So I said, are we okay if we only get one bid? And the answer is yes, as long as we followed all the procurement guidelines up to that. But you're right on. I had the same concern. Good news on that is the budgeted number was right in line with the bid that was received. We were expecting about 2.7, and we got 2.8. There wasn't a ton of interest in this because it wasn't enough work for the big groups, and essentially your larger contractor would basically sub this out to Delta, which was eventually the sub that got it. So you're right on though. We actually had that discussion in the building committee. You know, if this was so outrageously above the estimate, I don't think I would have been comfortable, you know, but since we're in line with the estimate, made sense to us.
Thanks.
Any other discussion?
I also think, just some of the process in what this company needed to do to implement that fire protection while the school is open, like there was a lot of restrictions in regards to time, making sure the school's open the following day, nothing led behind. So I think the RFP was pretty specific there as well. Almost maybe too specific where it didn't grab a larger company, but we needed to ensure that everything was good for the kids.
Yep. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries.
And Resolution C is just what was discussed in executive session regarding Officer Gilmette's retirement, disability retirement. I just put it in a resolution as well.
Got you. All right. I will entertain a motion on item C.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2025-131, approving the disability retirement of Patrolman David Gilmette due to an injury sustained not in the line of duty per the collective bargaining agreement CBA between the IBPO Local 306 and the town of Coventry.
Second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion, Councilman Hool, second from Vice President Brown. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Moving right along. Item number 7, ordinances. We have a first reading tonight of an ordinance. Do we have a sponsor on this? So, Mr. Manager, do you want to just high level describe what this is doing?
So this is the first step in the ordinance process. It was sponsored by Councilman Hool. Pretty self-explanatory. It's an amendment to what we have regarding cannabis. The town, the petitioner is looking for us to update the ordinance in order to have retail cannabis in Coventry. So as you may all know, the town of Coventry passed in 2022, I believe, a referendum saying they wanted retail cannabis in the town. So we have responsibility to put forth and make that a possibility. This ordinance is the first step in making that come to fruition. The state is having its lottery the beginning of March. And the people need to secure a location and make sure the town has an ordinance in place in order to fulfill that. So this is kind of step one in that process. The goal is to get this out to the public over the next 3 weeks and have the council have a public comment, public hearing on this at the January 13th meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Up to the council, how we like to proceed. Do we need to actually do anything on this tonight, or it's just posted for the first reading?
Action on
Take no action. We can do that.
public hearing.
All right.
You can schedule second reading for the same meeting, but this depends on whether the council wants to do that.
I want to ensure that we're allowing the proposed applicant to be successful in their meeting their deadline. I know planning is on this already. I've been looped in. So whenever we would need to schedule the second meeting, we should potentially maybe, is that already scheduled? Did Doug already get that?
I think the plan is to do it the same night, the 13th, the second reading and the public hearing.
January 13th, we'll handle that for the applicant so they can move forward with the state.
Correct.
So January 13th, we'll do the second reading, public hearing.
Correct.
He can move. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Vice President Brown.
Maybe to back Councilman Hools, this doesn't lock in one particular group going forward, right?
No, this is the general ordinance that anyone can take advantage of. This just sets the parameters of where the town wants to have retail cannabis. So anyone can utilize this ordinance and find a location to be part of the state process of the lottery system that they're having. This kind of sets the framework or the foundation for the next step for any potential applicant to the state.
Councilwoman Capaldi.
Councilman Hool, since you sponsored this, I think that the public that may not have read this would like to know what the excise tax is that we will be getting from the sales.
I'm not sure how much we should talk yet or not. Probably shouldn't.
It's not in this.
It's just a public hearing, but we did receive a document that stated the excise tax and the percentage. Can we explain that at this time? It's a public document, right?
I mean, you're not talking about the ordinance.
So, and it also doesn't say that Coventry will get this. It just states that Rhode Island municipalities receive a 3% excise tax on all retail cannabis sales quarterly. So for comparison, the town of Exeter in 2024 received upwards of almost $83,000, and in 2025, almost $105,000 per year. And I also want to note that the Vice President Brown, it does not lock in one company, but you'll be happy to know that the applicant is a lifelong Coventry resident and graduate of Coventry High School.
All right, Councilman Pasqua.
Yeah, I just kind of want to piggyback off of that. I don't, I wasn't even aware of an applicant for this. I'm not passing or reading an ordinance based on a applicant or anything. So this is just a general ordinance about the operation of this type of facility in our town. So I know some talk about an applicant. It's very disconnected, and I have no idea who the applicant is or what they want to do.
All right, just be careful what we pass. The cops are here.
It's legal.
All right. All right. So we don't need anything more on that.
You have those dates scheduled?
Okay. We have heard tonight. We have the 13th scheduled for planning, and that'll be come back to us eventually as a second reading.
So the January 13th will be a second reading and the public hearing
And the public hearing.
vote. That'll all happen on the 13th.
I got you.
Yep.
Ready. All right, moving right along. It looks like item number 8 is going to be tabled. from our discussion in executive session that we talked about earlier. Do we need to vote to table?
Schedule it for another date. We can just table it and reset it whenever you want.
Okay, let's table then. And do we need to vote on the table?
It's
Nope, sorry, go ahead.
non-debatable motion. Yes, you can vote on to table it.
I would like to table it for a specific date, so
Okay.
we can take action on this. I just don't want it to get lost. Next council meeting, January
13th.
13th.
Can we table this for January 13th? Make sure we get
Sure, it's
that
up to the council.
Does that stop us from going earlier and doing a special meeting?
Right.
Good. I mean, I can pull the council tomorrow with some dates if that works.
All right,
And
we
find a
can
date.
table TBD.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Councilwoman
That's a question.
Capelli? Yep.
Without saying much, because it was an executive session, there were some options that we were talking about to interview some more. Are we going to be able to do that in a special meeting? Are we doing that? I don't think we decided what we were doing in the executive session.
No, I
I
think
can
we have
communicate
to.
with you guys tomorrow. I'll send you
Yeah,
guys
we
an
have to-
email.
Okay, thank you.
Poll everybody. All right. I think we need to vote to table. All right, take a motion to table.
Make that motion. Second.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua, second, Vice President Brown. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion is, the item is tabled. On to item number 9. We have public comment for undocketed items. If anybody is in chambers and would like to speak on undocketed items, please come forward.
There's two
Alright.
of you guys. No one wants to say
Okay.
anything?
How about Zoom? All right. Yeah, she said her tagline. Now we can move on. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right. So transitioning from cannabis to utility poles. We had that. Yeah, where's that?
Why don't we move?
Sorry, I missed it. It's at the bottom. Okay. I was going to say. Okay. So we did A, we're on to B, approval of Narragansett Electric and Verizon. This is essentially allowing people to do work on their poles. Item number B, if anybody wants to make a motion to allow the work to move forward.
Make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion from Councilman Pasqua, second from Councilman Hool. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. There we go. Now we're moving along. Okay. So cannabis to cameras. We are going, item number C, we have Blue Line Solutions for a presentation on school zone cameras.
So Jason is here. Jason recently presented to the Safety Services Committee, and the Safety Services Committee made a recommendation that it come to the full council. I gave you guys a brief overview of what Blue Line Solution is offering, what they do in general. They've been working in the town for almost a couple of years now, gathering data. So I'll turn it over to Jason, and he will show you what they have to offer.
Thank you very much, councilmen and council members. Appreciate your time tonight. First, I'd like to say, yeah, I've been using this as an excuse to come back and visit my my hometown for a couple of years now. Actually got to do one of the speed studies in a school that didn't exist when I lived there. So Blue Line Solutions is a automated school zone speed enforcement company. I don't have a clicker. We're headquartered in Chattanooga. We have about 11 years experience. I'm sorry, about 15 years experience in 11 states. We have about 1,000 cameras out throughout the United States. And I think it's really important, for what we do to talk about the last piece to this. And then I'll kind of jump up and maybe go through some of the other ones. The reason why we got into this business is to reduce speeding. Not only the number of speeders, but the speed of speeders that go through our school zones across the United States every day. The majority of the people that work for us are retired law enforcement, myself included. So this is kind of on mission from what we did for the 20 years that we were officers. And why do we do it? This is about the only way that we can be proactive in what we do on a daily basis, right? There's not a lot that we don't respond to as officers. We learned very quickly that we can be proactive in saving lives and protecting our children by doing something like this. And so we kind of turned that into our mission, and by which a nationally recognized solution. So we have been working in Rhode Island now. We have 3 accounts in Rhode Island. One is live currently. That's Middletown. North Kingstown is in production, and I have a contract I'm waiting to get signed from the third one, so I can't talk about that one yet. We have a multilingual staff. Not only is that important for everywhere we work, but it's also important here. Portuguese. You know, we have a large Portuguese population up in this area. So we have the ability for us to actually have the conversations in native languages for people that get citations or have issues that they want to deal with. Next slide. We are a fully turnkey solution. What does that mean? We come in and we'll provide all of the infrastructure, all of the information that goes out, all of the needs to take care of this program from start to finish. It is operated, like I said, in 11 different states, and is 100% done in-house. We don't outsource anything. We're completely CJIS compliant. We take no personal identifiable information from the pictures that we take. They're all from the rear of the vehicle. So all we see is the vehicle. There's no photographing or even identification of who's driving, which is a big piece when we talk about the privacy concerns of a program like this. And of course, we're going to have a local presence and provide that comprehensive reporting, not only to the town, but to the police departments, to all of the other pieces that we use around the area. Next slide. Again, there's just no costs to this. There's no upfront costs, no maintenance costs, no back-end costs, no cost for PI&E, public information and education. I've actually had a couple of captains walk out on me on a presentation like this. They're like, nope, I don't believe you. We put it in our contracts. We will back this up. We actually have it in black and white in our contract that says there is no cost to the community at all. The hybrid integration is something that we kind of do up in the Northeast. We do that because sometimes we take a long time to get the power, but we don't tend to use solar power up in the Northeast. Why? Ice, snow, and really good foliage coverage. In Florida, makes great sense. In Georgia, great sense. Not so good up here. So what we do is we actually go in and we'll use a battery pack to get it started and until the power company does the hookups. So it makes it a lot easier for us to get these programs up and running quicker for you. Next slide. Key programs. This is an all-weather, multi-lane, multi-vehicle monitoring system. It uses high definition stills and video. For up here in the Northeast, we like to use a camera called the Dragon Eye camera. It is the top of the line camera. It is video, and then we pull the stills off of that video when we prepare the documentation for that. We have a 24-hour monitoring center. What does that mean? It means anything that goes down, we're going to know before you know that there's a problem with this. Each of the cameras self-checks every 36 minutes. And if there is an issue, if there is a problem with it, if the calibration is off, it'll automatically go offline and notify us. Everything that we do is web-based, so you don't have to worry about your IT having to maintain computer systems and all of those things. It's basically a secured server. We send you the information, and it's processed. We do all the training. We come in, we train the police department. We'll work with your court system, make sure that they're trained, make sure it's set up appropriately, and get all of the back end pieces moving. So it's usually a very smooth process. I could tell you, we have definitely worked out some of the kinks with the earlier Rhode Island deployments. So coming here now, I could say that what we have learned over the last year and a half, 18 months, is definitely something we could put into practice to make this flow a lot easier. And again, because of that, we could do the expedited equipment installation and really streamline the way that we go to work with this. Now, we did do speed studies in 5 school zones. Is that the next slide? Nope, not yet. All right. So public information and education. this program is built on what we call the Click It or Ticket. I think everybody's familiar with Click It or Ticket. It's the most successful federal program ever. And there's three parts to that. There is the public information and education, there is the warnings, and then there's the enforcement. And if you move or if you remove any one of those pieces, the program doesn't work appropriately. It fails. And so we base our solution on that. And why do we do that? We believe that public information and education is the key to success in these communities. We don't come in and just start handing out tickets like everybody thinks. What we'll do is we come in and we work with your town to personalize the public information and education so that they have the information ahead of time. So what we would do is we come into a council meeting like this, we go to a school committee meeting if you need, and we would say, do you know that every week, every month, 77,000 vehicles are speeding through your school zones at 10 miles an hour and above? And they say, what are you talking about? That's not a real statistic. We give them those statistics, and that becomes political permission. They are outraged that number is so high. And we tell them that 60% of all the cars coming through your school zones are speeding. Actually, I think yours was 68%, are speeding. And they want action because of that. And so that political permission translates into being able to provide information to them to start slowing them down. And we get their buy-in, and we provide a 30-day warning period. So that's the next piece to this. So we give them a warning period to say it's starting on this date. Please beware. This is when it starts. And then the enforcement phase starts after that. Typically around the United States, our programs, before the first warning ticket is written, because of our public information and education, we reduce speeding in school zones 60%. We do another 20% plus during the warning phase. Before the first ticket is written, on average, we're down 81% for speeders and the speed of speeders in those school zones. Huge impact. And then over the next 3 months, we see about another 10% decay down to around a 90+%. I would say 92% reduction, depending on the type of road that we're working on. That is a huge improvement from that 77,000 number, or I think it's 50. Can you go to the next slide? 53,000 over that 1 month period, right? So now we're down 90% to that. So you can imagine how good that makes the feel and how much buy-in we get with that for the community. Next slide. This is a little bit abrogated. We knew we were going to be running late tonight. And then the citation processing, we have a couple ways to do that. We do mail-in citations for payment, call-in. We take the payment for them. We allow them to use the language line if they need that, or they could do it on the web payment. Next slide. All right. Like I said, this is a shorter presentation than we usually do, but we figured there was going to be some questions, and I know some of the people had the opportunity to hear this ahead of time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
So as far as state law goes, these are allowed. Can you just say the parameters of where these cameras are allowed?
Absolutely. They're allowed in any school zone, and a school zone for Rhode Island state law is a quarter mile as a crow flies around that school. That school zone, depending on what your speed limit is, it's generally about 20 miles an hour for a school zone. And that enforcement period can happen between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. as required by law through that school zone period of time. And it's generally 180 days a year unless you have a summer school or you have other programs that run contiguous with school and continued education there, and then it can run longer. I can tell you that Middletown is running it longer because they have summer school and they have athletic programs where kids kind of hopping over main roads. So they wanted to do it longer than the 180 days as well.
Gotcha. As far as the images that are taken, is that typically used for anything outside of enforcement?
It is not. So we have a couple ways to do this program. We can provide you the opportunity to have the images used that go into a flock system. If you have a flock or a vigilant or any kind of ALPR system.
We're not flocking, you want that.
Right. There you go. So We can do it that way. Typically, this is a standalone system. And the reason why we like this to be a standalone system is because of what I talked about in the beginning, that personally identifiable information. We don't want, a person to be able to go back and use that to track a friend or an issue or something like that, which is why we generally don't do it. And if it is, it goes into a flock system. So then it's not an image. It's only the OCR, the optical character recognition of the license plate. So someone would then have to have access to the CJIS system to look up to see what kind of vehicle that is.
Okay. One more before I open it up. How are you guys don't put yourself out of business?
Yeah. So I love it that you asked that question. So my boss would come in and be like, he'd ask this question. What would happen if a corporate owned company reduced profits 95% on purpose? I'm using his accent. Sorry, Mark. The fact of the matter is 5% of the numbers that we saw there is still a significant amount of money. Even when we only get a portion of that 5%, it's still enough to make a program worthy and to help us continue the mission of slowing people down.
And included in this operation is full back office kind of system, customer service,
Everything. So the police department should never get a call. The court's never going to get a call other than to validate what maybe what day they're going to be coming into court for traffic court or whatever. Everything is handled back in the back end by us. The lookup of the citations, the vetting of them. So we go through something we call a spoiling process to make sure before it even gets to the police department that we have already looked at anything that's bad plate didn't come back to the car, it's occluded by a trailer.
Image review process in there? Okay.
Yeah. All of those things are done, and then it goes to the police department. So we're not wasting their time either. And then all the citation processing, mailing, printing, second mailing, third print mailing, collections, all of that is done by our company.
Gotcha. All right. I think Councilwoman Capaldi had her hand up since yesterday.
Yeah, and you didn't. Oh, yeah. Who is your biggest competition out there, and why is your solution better?
That's a great question. We think our solution is better. I'll get to the competition at the end. We think our solution is better because we use LiDAR. If you ask any police department, would they prefer LiDAR or radar? It's always LiDAR. LiDAR is the accepted gold standard across the United States, actually across the world, for speed enforcement. Correct, Chief? Yeah, I don't want him to just.
Right on vehicles, rather than radar, which could pick up several vehicles or two vehicles, and we have to visually estimate the speed of the vehicle. A laser pointed right at the bumper, or this case, the rear of the vehicle, is gonna lock onto that single vehicle without disruption of other vehicles.
And it's what we call single beam, single lane LiDAR. So if there's 4 lanes, we have 4 cameras in a box, and each camera is pointed at a lane and the laser's hitting that camera. So there is no question. So when we go to court and it says, well, that wasn't my car. Well, actually it was. And here's the video. We actually have something called a reticle. If we did the really long program, there's a reticle that you'll actually see on the back of the vehicle that shows where the laser struck and the camera took the picture when they were going through. We're the only company that does LiDAR. The other piece that is important for us is that back end piece, that 100% in-house processing. We're the only company left that does that. And why? When you start to do third-party processing, you can't guarantee who's doing it. We do full background checks on all our people. We also don't issue tickets to the wrong jurisdiction. So what'll happen occasionally, more than often than not, or more often than you'd like, I should say, they'll issue it to Coventry, Connecticut, instead of Coventry, Rhode Island. And it's embarrassing, and you lose all of those court cases in court, and that's what makes the news instead of, we've reduced speeding 90%. That's what we want to make the news. Or the other competition does this for the money. They don't want to reduce 90%. They want to reduce it 70%, which is still a good number. Why? Because they're corporate owned and they're looking for that profit. So when someone says, well, how much money did you make? That's what they're banking on. We're saying, don't look at the money, look at the safety record.
I have I guess a follow-up kind of sort of. Are you from Rhode Island? Do you live in Rhode Island?
I don't live in Rhode Island now. I was born in Kent County Hospital, raised in Coventry and West Warwick.
You left.
So
I did.
you know what
My parents
happened
left.
over the weekend with Brown
Yes,
University.
I do.
And you see these cops going around trying to get people's cameras and see what footage. Does your solution, I know it's got this LiDAR that goes to the license plate, but can it pull out or can it see anything else? That's what I'm trying to.
So there's
curious.
3 pieces to the way we work. There's called an event and an incident and a citation or a violation. The event is any vehicle that goes through our school zone. That event never even hits our database because it didn't trigger a speed camera for lock on. An incident is someone that goes through that was speeding through that camera or through that school zone that will have an image of if it's a viable image. Car, same plate, all of that information. That'll stay on our database until the citations are processed. If something was off, that's automatically spoiled and taken off. So the only thing you're left with is a vehicle going, let's say 50, through the school zone going out. They will be able to get the license plate and context picture of that because it's been a violation that's in our system currently. They can't look at video to go back and say, oh, here comes a guy going through. I would tell you that the amount of times, unfortunately, that we've been asked that we had a murder and we need your video. The answer is if the vehicle left the area and was going over the speed limit, we will absolutely be able to give you that context image. If it's not, we can't. And the reason we do it is because of the PII, the personally identifiable information. But that's also why we give the information to Flock if you partner with them because they get them all. Everything that comes through, they'll get that image for, as long as it's an incident.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah. So on that same, yeah, go ahead.
There
Vice
is an
President.
operating time period though, right?
Correct.
So I think that's important too. These things don't operate at 3 a.m.
Correct. It goes from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that's the time frame when these are 6 p.m. Yeah, you guys actually have the longest in the United States. You have the longest by law.
Safe school zone.
That was detention, 6 p.m.
And the reason they do that is generally because 6 p.m. captures after school programs, sports programs, and things like that, because you still have kids kind of bopping through back and forth, riding their bikes and things like that. It is state law.
That's why.
Do 7 to 4. It's posted.
Actually, I will tell you, it's illegal. They're out of compliance. I've also told them, I've talked to Warwick. I called them 2 weeks ago. All of their signs are out of compliance as well. They're supposed to be yellow signs and they're supposed to be 3x4.
But the time.
Unless
That's defined by.
It's defined
the
by
school zone. That's why I was asking that at the beginning. All that stuff's in statute, state law.
State law says 7 to 6. So that's all of the tickets that they've issued since they've started. And I let the chief know this 2 weeks ago can be overturned. There are a lot of unique things for Rhode Island. First of all, you see the 4 signs, those 4x3 signs, they're huge. You have to have them coming in for either direction for your school zone. Yeah, so those are ugly, right? But we're working with the legislature to say those 4 are not necessary. They actually block each other if you're coming down the road. So, don't use 4. We don't necessarily need yellow, white's fine, but all of these things we're working to get.
Councilman Hool and then everyone else.
One of the things that's not in this presentation is the bottom line is the dollar amount.
Yes.
Right. You're here as a business looking to make money. Obviously, you wouldn't be here. I'm here as a town. We also want to make our portion of the money that's going to come here. I don't want you to take all of it. So can you explain to me how that operates, what that percentage looks like?
Yep.
What's your ROI on your investment for installing these?
Perfect. Businessman?
What's that return? Because I want to renegotiate at that year.
So, the offer that we provided to the chief, to the council, or to the town manager is the same rate that is given to Middletown, which is the best one in the state, because you could piggyback off of their contract. So that would be 1650.
So
So
you
we
charge.
would get 1650 per
Okay.
incident. You would get 3350 per incident.
What is the cost to install? I mean, there's got to be an upfront cost.
There
What is that?
So for Rhode Island, which is not the most expensive, but it's a significant expensive state to do business in, we are estimating roughly $82,000 a pole, and each school zone is 2 poles.
So
minimum.
we have to pay.
Nope.
No,
You pay nothing.
that's
We
an
absorb all of that money.
This is,
Okay.
We pay the only, so he's talking about ROI. We look at it, we call it RIM, return in months or return in years. We don't want to go more than 24 months for us to get our investment back for putting those cameras in. So that's how we approach that. And I'm kind of opening the kimono on a public television for that. The reason we do that is because we have to have some sort of threshold within which to work. And so we say, all right, listen, these school zones need to be done. We know that they're school zones, there's some violations. This one should have a camera. This one is really good. Is it Tioga? So that's, I actually used to live, I lived on Rollins Drive, was my first house, right there. So that one only has 50 speeders a month. There's just nowhere to speed. So that's one we wouldn't recommend doing as a enforceable school zone. But what we would say is, let's make our school zones standard. Let's make them all look the same. Maybe not the four camera things, but let's make them all look the same. So we change the driving behaviors of the community overall. So when they go through a school zone, they go, I'm not sure if it has a camera or not, so I'm going to slow down. And that's what we're banking on when we talk about that.
over here.
Did you have another question?
Yeah, Mr.
We'll get to
Mr.
him.
Chairman is ignoring me this evening.
No, we're trying to break it up a little.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually just leading into that. You kind of just answered part of it, but you've
Sure.
already done your assessment on our school system right now.
Correct.
And
I'll bring that numbers up.
do you know how many actual poles we would need, where they would be placed? Do you already have that assessment done?
Yes.
Well,
I have not done so each school zone by law requires an ETI, an engineering traffic investigation. So we work with a local company to do that ETI and determine where the best place to do that, the cameras would be along the school zone length. I could tell you that we did, and I know there's more that need to be done. Feinstein Middle School, Coventry High School, Hopkins Hill Elementary School, Western Coventry Elementary School, and Tioga Elementary School. Tioga literally had, I think, total speeders for a week was 440. Feinstein was 30,000. Coventry High School was 16,000, and Western Coventry was 4,000 or so, and Hopkins was 2,100. So, no, these are just the speeders. The total traffic count for the week, for that week was that 77,000.
What kind of money are towns, Middletown, what kind of money are they bringing in?
So if you want to do that quick math. So let's say 53,000 a week minus 95%. So what is that? 4,800, something like that. I'm not good with math. That's why I do what I do. Let's call 4,800 a week, right? Speeders. So let's call 5,000 a week speeders, just for simple math for me. Multiply that by the 3,350 that you'd get per citation. Let's say 15% spoil rate. You're down to, let's say, 4,000 a week. That math adds up pretty quickly.
And again, this is not just, it's hard not to picture it happening in front of the school. This is in the area around the school.
We typically tend to do the camera zone enforcement on the biggest paths to that school. But when we talk about creating that standard around the schools, That's what we talk about when we say, listen, you're going to do the signage here just like the front, so you get the benefit of the program all the way around the school.
And then process-wise, when we talked in the committee, there's a little bit of a lag if it's a state road. So obviously, the middle school's on a state road, Weston Coventry's on a state road, so that process is a little longer because DOT has to be involved, and we all know how slow they are with their approvals, so.
And I will say they've gotten better.
On how you approach it.
I will say they've gotten better. And we know who to work with now in the state.
Because I'm
when we
just
go for
picturing like Tyoke. I mean, the school is set back almost in a neighborhood, but the main drag is Tyoke.
Yes,
So that would be on Tyoke.
right.
As opposed to, that's what I was getting.
Correct. It's not on that
Okay.
little jaunt into the back of the school.
But maybe, you know,
or
as
into
we,
the school.
when we think about the high school, same thing. I mean, the approach is already within the confines.
Right.
We'll have two benefits, monetary, but also the overall safety impact of people knowing there's cameras in the area.
Correct.
So perhaps in the surrounding, we may have a benefit for safety.
There's three pieces to that. There's the reduction of overall speeders. There's the reduction of the speed of the speeders, which is very important because someone under 18 being hit at 40 miles an hour has a 90% chance of death. If they get hit at 20 miles an hour, it's a 10% chance. So they are inverse. But the third piece to that is a change in driving pattern. So some people don't want to slow down, and they're like, I'm not driving through the school zone anymore because I'm sick of getting tickets because I don't want to slow down. They stop driving through those school zones, which is perfect. It's exactly what we want. We call it storming, norming, and conforming. At first, they throw up their hands. Yeah, you got political permission, but I don't like it. I got 3 tickets this week. Okay, we understand that. Now we're conforming because they've gotten 3 tickets. They don't want to get 3 tickets again next month, so they're not going to go through that school zone. And then the conforming is, listen, I guess I'm going to have to slow down because I keep getting these tickets, and that's the piece that's the long-term win.
Very interesting. Councilman Pasqua?
So I like these because we get quite a few complaints about speeding in school zones. It's one of the top complaints that I've gotten since I got elected. So I think this is great. And, you know, I just don't want to get so focused on, you know, any revenue generation out of this, because reality is this is going to drop significantly. And once these things get turned on, people are going to stop speeding. So for me, it's really just a public safety side of this. I think we need it. The numbers are really alarming from what we've seen so far. So I think this will help. And, you know, my hope is that we make no money on this. Like, that's really what I want. There's no, you know, I want people to slow down and not slam through a school zone and, you know, create an issue. So,
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, everybody says, what my boss would also start with is, you think of money grab when you hear a program like this. If you tell them that before the first ticket's written, even let's say before the first warning is written, we're already down 65% of speeders in your school zones before the first even warning goes out, and then down 85% after the warning period. How is that a money grab? We've done everything that we can to slow you down before we even issue the first ticket. So you're correct on that.
Councilman Dowan?
I was just curious what the turn rate is for tickets that are just immediately paid as a percentage, because administratively, if they're fought in any way,
yep,
we have to deal with that. So what's the percentage of people that are just writing the check or calling in and paying online?
There's 2 phases to that. There's that storming phase. About 20% for the first 2-3 months is what we see. After 3 months, it goes down to about 2%. It's a little under 2% for the rest of the program of people that fight it. And of the people that fight it, the way we operate by having, well, you guys mandate it in this state, but having all those school zone camera notifications and then flashers and then the camera, by the time they get to a magistrate to hear it, the magistrate's like, why in God's name do you think you could fight this? And they're like, well, the sign was there and I didn't see that. And they're like, listen, you had 7 chances in Rhode Island to slow down and you didn't. So I would say that in Rhode Island, we're going to see even lower rate as long as it's done to statute, which I could tell you right now is not being done to statute around outside of our company.
Councilwoman Capaldi?
What about the people that just throw it away?
So there's two pieces to that. So there is the ability for us to do collections, which is part of the sign up. If you want, we automatically use Municipal Collections Agency of America, and it'll go to collections. And I just had this discussion last week with Chief Urban. Do we have the ability to have their license not renewed if they didn't pay? That's still up in the air. I wish I had the answer for you. I will get it for
There
you.
are certain things
Absolutely.
that will allow for a DMV hold. So
Right.
you can't register.
Right.
That's got to be part of, essentially that process.
Right.
Councilman Brown.
Maybe you can, or the chief, talk about bandwidth for the police department and what time they're gonna have to put in, and an officer of some administrative person that's gonna have to look at this.
Actually, I was supposed to do that for you and I forgot. It's 5 seconds per citation. That's our average. So by the time a citation comes to you, it's been called or spoiled, you only get the ones that are not only true violations, but violations that we can identify and attribute to a vehicle. So let's say 100 a week. There's 5 seconds, 500 seconds. Again, me and math aren't very good. I will take the statistics for what you have, reduce it by 90%, not 95, and provide you a 5 second, an average per month of what you would be required to put in, an officer would be required to put in. But I could tell you that if you have 4 or 5 officers that are signatories, because the citations come out with their signatures on it, IOD, out on disability or light duty, or things like that, those are the officers you have do this. And if they now have something to do, and it gets them off light duty real quick. I can tell you that. But those are the numbers that we look for. So 5 seconds.
Just curious, do you guys in your contracts, do you have KPIs you try to hit as far as accuracy, things like that?
Yes. So I can't tell you what they are. I can give them to you. I'll have Kayla provide it to you. We have an accuracy number that we internally need to hit. And there's also an accuracy number. It's like 98% accurate. We're also right now using no artificial intelligence. What we're trying to do is set an accuracy rate of 99% for artificial intelligence to say this is a ticket, but then that's got to be reviewed at the end of it. But it should help us speed things up.
Gotcha.
So that's the number we shoot for.
Gotcha.
Is it always right? No, that's why we go to court sometimes.
Right. Councilman Hool.
I'm going to go back to the answer that I didn't get yet in regards to the ROI. So my reason for that is, although everyone's up here and talking that this is just a safety thing, we can't forget the fact that you're a business and you're here to make money, because if not, your company would be doing this for free.
Correct.
Right. And at the end of the day, I would like to know what we as a council, there will be a revenue stream from this. And where does it go? Right. Because we could just have the chief stick a couple of officers at each school and they could make their own paycheck by doing the same thing, essentially, maybe not on the same level because your program is going to be faster. But I don't like the 6 p.m., but if that's a statute, there's nothing that we can do there. But what I will be asking your company is I want to know what your ROI is. I want to know that if you're here in front of us, you need X amount of time before you make your money back. I'm not here. You're basically leasing land in a town that we run, right? It's like a billboard. You put a billboard up, you pay that company. You're putting cameras here, and I want you to pay us.
Yep.
And I want to make more revenue, not based on people speeding, because the constituents don't have to contribute because they don't have to speed, right? But there's got to be a plan in place on the town side of where is this revenue going? Does it just go to a general fund? Who gets it?
I think. Sorry, go ahead.
That's up to the council to decide. You want to set up a separate capital fund or whatever?
I would love a
whatever you-
portion of the money to go to paying down just strictly our deficits, just strictly our liabilities.
It's up to
If
the
this,
council,
because what
yeah, I
happens is
mean-
this goes into like a general fund and then it just gets wiped away and we never see it again.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I thought I answered the ROI. So we take that 1650 and we use that to cover the costs of our program. And until we make until we pay off whatever that initial infrastructure payment was, we make nothing. That's why we like at least two. We try to go for three, a 3-year contract. So because it generally takes us between 18 and 24 months to get our initial investment back.
What happens at year 3? Do you renew, or if we don't renew, do you take your equipment? What happens at that point?
Yeah, if you don't like the program and you don't want to renew, we come in, we pull it all up except for what's been put in concrete, and we go our separate ways. We've never had a program canceled, and we're 15 years in.
But, just quick math wise, I mean, if they're, 82,000 an installation and $16 is their revenue, 5,100 transactions before they make money just on the infrastructure. Obviously, they have operating costs. So just to give you a sense, and we were talking how many speeders at certain locations?
That was 53,000 a week.
So, they're I think they'll be okay. But to give you an idea,
I can tell you there's 2 programs that we have where, there's 2 that we are just taking a bath on. And then there's others that we go because they're little towns, and we just the speeders go down almost to 100% because they're all local. There are others where we have ones like the high school where it's 30,000, and others that are, go down to 100. We're never going to make the money back that we put in for that infrastructure installation, but it all balances out at the end.
Councilman Pasqua.
So my question is, what are the next steps? I believe we're probably gonna need maybe a resolution and, no?
Yeah.
So I don't know if we needed an ordinance along with the resolution because of the nature of it.
Ordinance.
Okay, so.
And we'll provide, we could provide you one, or my recommendation, I think, was Middletown did a good one. North Kingston has a good one. North Kingston went a step farther because they want red lights. So they're going to be moving to red lights at the end of the year as well from us. But so that included red light cameras as well.
So maybe we can start getting an ordinance ready for a first reading and a paired resolution if we need that as well.
I have provided the Middletown contract, the fully executed Middletown contract. You guys, there's nothing hold back there. It has the piggyback clause in it for per Rhode Island law. We'll give you the same rate as them.
All right, that was a lot.
It is a lot, and that was like that was my really short.
No,
presentation.
we appreciate it. We appreciate it.
If you guys have any presentation or any questions, I come up here a lot. I'm doing business with all over the state, in Connecticut. Just give me a call. You asked me on Thursday to come up. I have no problem. So it's just a flight to Boston away.
Gotcha. All right.
Letting us know your guy makes some money. Be careful.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you all very much.
No,
have a
thank
great
you.
holiday season. I think I can say Merry Christmas still. And Merry Christmas. You guys have a great week. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That concludes tonight's agenda. Take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?